Chapter 529. Yang Yao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Su, please listen to my explanation." Explanation? You failed to live up to Hall Master's expectations of you. You even cheated for personal gain. What kind of medicine boy did you choose? You still dare to defend yourself? How could I have the courage to cheat for personal gain? However, there are indeed some hidden reasons. You will understand my difficulties after listening to me. Oh, is that so? Vice Hall Master Su glanced at Yang Yao from the corner of his eyes. He turned around and walked into the 100-herb hall. He sat down firmly on a chair and picked up a teacup. After taking a sip of tea, he said, "Now, tell me the details." Yang Yao wiped the sweat off his face and went forward to explain the reason in detail. However, he was a little cautious and didn't say that he was overbearing. In the end, he didn't forget to add, "Let's not talk about the friendship between Rejuvenation Valley and our fragrant cult. Even Commander Nya has been in contact with our Pill Tower Hall for several decades. He's quite reliable in his work and gives us a lot of filial piety every year. This little one has seen for many years that he's worried sick about his youngest daughter. This son-in-law's future is more important than anything else. Can't we help if we can? Anyway, the future is Run Xiaoyao's business. Wherever he goes, it is his own effort. Moreover, he has some martial arts. Our Pill Tower Hall has always been bullied by other halls. Isn't it because our disciples' martial arts are not good enough? If this boy has any future, won't it be the glory of our Pill Tower Hall?" TSK. So you're thinking for our Pill Tower Hall? Vice Hall Master Su sneered. "I don't dare. Hall Master Su is wise. I also have some selfish motives. Commander Nye gives me a lot of 100-flower wine every time. I can't always drink it for free. Moreover, I won't be able to see him in the future. I always feel that I owe him if I don't do this." "Humph, you are a good schemer." Vice Hall Master Su put down the teacup and said, "You helped Commander Nye fulfill his wish, and you think that 100 flowers wine is enough to send you away?" Yang Yao chuckled, gritted his teeth, and took out the short sword from his bosom. He presented it with both hands and said, "I won't hide it from you, Hall Master. This is a treasured sword that Commander Nye found in Jianghu. It can cut through iron like mud. I was just about to take it out, but you were in a hurry and went out to check on the medicine boy. That's why I didn't have the chance to tell you." Vice Hall Master Su took the short sword and pulled it out of the scabbard. A cold light flashed from his short sword. Vice Hall Master Su narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. He then threw the short sword on the table and said with a smile, "Although I didn't know that you, Manager Yang Yao, like treasured swords and sharp weapons, how could you give this short sword to me? Don't deceive me." Yang Yao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "What do you mean by manage? It's just the Hall Master giving me face. How could I dare to take it seriously? This short sword is indeed a gift from Commander Nye to you. I was just admiring it." Seeing that Yang Yao didn't admit it, Vice Hall Master Su rolled his eyes and said, "Then what about Commander Nye's gift for Hall Master? This?" Yang Yao hesitated. "What?" Vice Hall Master Su was unhappy. Could it be that he only prepared a gift for me, the Vice Hall Master, and didn't prepare a gift for our Hall Master? Yang Yao was really complaining in his heart this time. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and took out the jade box from his bosom. He said, "This is something that Hall Master has been thinking about." Vice Hall Master Su became interested and said, "It can't be that 300-year-old daylily, right?" Yang Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Hall Master Su is wise. It is indeed the daylily." Then he handed over the jade box with both hands. Yang Yao looked at the jade box and didn't take it. He sneered and said, "This is Commander Nye's favorite. Even Hall Master Su hinted to him before, but he didn't give it to him. Now he took it out. You should keep it. It's not for me, so why should I look at it?" Seeing this, Yang Yao could only take it. He didn't know whether to accept it or not. He said in a low voice, "Commander Nye also knows that Hall Master Su is a person who loves grass, but how can Rejuvenation Valley compare to our Pill Repository Hall? That's why Commander Nye asked me to tell Hall Master Su that it would be disrespectful to Hall Master Su if he took the herb to deceive Hall Master Su. It would be better to find another way. Although Hall Master Su doesn't like divine weapons, this is after all a powerful weapon in Jianghu. Moreover, it's not famous. It's said that it's a legacy of several generations in the weapon refining sect. Hall Master Su will have some face if he keeps it in his bag. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Su's face relaxed a little. However, he was still cold. Your words are better than singing. It's as if Commander Nye really said that. Yang Yao smiled bitterly. Hall Master Su, please don't blame me. Commander Nye really said that. I'm just passing it on. Vice Hall Master Su looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing outside the hall, and then at the short sword on the table. He reached out and picked it up, taking a closer look at it. Yang Yao carefully accompanied him, occasionally peeking at Vice Hall Master Su's expression. After a while, Vice Hall Master Su slowly said, "Since Commander Nye is so fond of his son-in-law, we can't let him down. This old man will accept his gift of filial piety, but only this time. Oh, I forgot there won't be a next time. Haha. By the way, I think Cheng Qianshui is a good person. He's very loyal and capable. He's a good seedling, worth nurturing. You should pay more attention in the future. You should pay more attention to him." Hearing this, Yang Yao finally felt relieved. He immediately nodded and said, I understand. If he goes to Rejuvenation Valley to do things, he will definitely be impartial. Unlike me, who always has a little selfish motives. Vice Hall Master Su nodded and waved his hand. That's all for the medicine boys. Quickly arrange for them to leave. They could be considered as some fresh blood in our pill expanding hall. Training them can also alleviate the shortage of manpower in our pill expanding hall. Yang Yao bowed and said, I'll go arrange it now. It can also be considered as putting an end to my errand. Then he put the jade box into his arms and turned to leave. At this moment, Vice Hall Master Su's gaze swept over the jade box. His eyes were still unwilling. He rolled his eyes and said loudly, Yang Yao, wait. Yang Yao's heart thumped. He immediately turned around and said, Is there anything else, Hall Master Su? Vice Hall Master Su said with a smile, You just said that this Ren Xiaoyao knows martial arts and is much stronger than ordinary Jianghu disciples. A bad premonition arose in Yang Yao's heart. He said, Yes, Hall Master Su. This Ren Xiaoyao has defeated many people in the Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition. Haha, Vice Hall Master Su laughed. He is indeed a good talent. Our pill expanding hall is lacking such a young talent. He knows how to plant herbs and also knows martial arts. He is really a rare talent. If we don't put him in an important position, we will be letting down Commander Nye's good intentions. Yang Yao frowned and said, Then Hall Master Su means... Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, Let him go to Tianmu Peak. The pill divisions Wu Zhouxiu and your grass divisions Chun Fengxiao are fighting in full swing. Letting Ren Xiaoyao go will also boost your grass division's morale. Yang Yao's expression changed greatly. He said, Hall Master Su, this is not appropriate. What? Vice Hall Master Su frowned and said, You don't agree with my arrangement? Even if the Hall Master is here, he won't question me, right? I'm giving him a way out in order to sharpen Ren Xiaoyao. If you think it is inappropriate, why don't you arrange it? Yang Yao was shocked and hurriedly shook his head. He said, I don't dare. Hall Master Su is thinking for Ren Xiaoyao and his future. However, I feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young. How can he be a match for those fierce men? It is better to let him get used to other places and wait a few years before entrusting him with important tasks. Hearing you say this, it seems that you still don't trust my arrangement. When Yang Yao heard this, he knew that Vice Hall Master Su was deliberately making things difficult for him. He could only nod and say, I indeed don't dare, but I will listen to Hall Master's instructions. However, that Qin Fengxiao is also from Rejuvenation Valley. But Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, What Rejuvenation Valley? As long as he comes to our pill sprouting hall, he is a disciple of our pill sprouting hall. Chun Fengxiao absolutely won't treat Ren Xiaoyao favorably just because he is from Rejuvenation Valley. Don't worry. Yang Yao had a helpless expression on his face. He said, I know. All right, it's good that you know. Vice Hall Master Su said with a fake smile. There's a severe shortage of people over there. Send someone to send Ren Xiaoyao over right now. What? You're sending him over right now? Yang Yao was shocked and begged. Let Ren Xiaoyao rest for the night and go over first thing tomorrow morning. Are you the Hall Master, or am I? Vice Hall Master Su was extremely displeased. Yang Yao sighed inwardly. He bowed and said, I don't dare offend Hall Master Su. I will go and give the orders right now. However, how do you think we should distribute the other alchemy apprentices? Vice Hall Master Su's face was filled with displeasure again. Yang Yao, this isn't your first day doing this. Why do you only let me say one sentence after another? It's not like you've only done alchemy apprentices for a day or two. Isn't it the Hall Master who assigns them to you every time? Why are you asking me when the Hall Master isn't here? Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su was blaming him again, Yang Yao could only be a yes man and say, All right, Hall Master Su, I understand. I will take care of it right away. After speaking, he bowed and left 100 Herb Hall. Vice Hall Master Su, who was behind him, coldly looked at his back. He picked up the short sword from the table and casually played with it. He snorted coldly. Yang Yao left 100 Herb Hall and called for a few disciples to lead Chong Chong and the others away. He personally led Zhang Xiaohua to a courtyard and said apologetically, Ren Xiaoyao, I've already done my best to keep you here. However, I've assigned you to Tianmu Peak. A subordinate named Chun Fengxiao will be going there today. This person is an alchemy apprentice that Rejuvenation Valley selected a long time ago. However, you must be careful when you go there. Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, Since he's an old member of Rejuvenation Valley, why should I be careful? Please vote monthly and recommend. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 530. Yang Yao sighed. Time is of the essence. Vice Hall Master Su begs you to set off immediately, so I can't go into details. Let me tell you something briefly. Although Chun Fengxiao is a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley, and although he is intelligent, diligent, and superior in the cultivation of herbs, he was still young when he came to preach the incense cult. He was always envied and bullied by others. Valley Master now only imparted knowledge of herbs to them. So how could he care so much? Therefore, when he resented the other medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley, he also resented Rejuvenation Valley. After he came to preach the incense cult, he was given the opportunity to practice martial arts, so he practiced hard. Perhaps he really is a piece of good material, which allowed him to practice extraordinary martial arts and almost helped him to become an outer disciple. Of course, if not for his impatience, he might have become an outer disciple in a few years. However, there's only one chance to be promoted to an outer disciple. Although his martial arts are said to be better than the average outer disciple, he can only stay in the Pill Expanding Hall. It's also because of his success in martial arts that he became a little restless in the Pill Expanding Hall, especially when he often bullied the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley. The Hall Master wanted to punish him, but he was very diligent. It was just that he had a rough childhood, and there were very few people with outstanding martial arts in the Pill Expanding Hall. He was a very good seedling, so he threw him on Tianmu Peak and let him develop freely. Heaven's Eye Peak belongs to our Pill Expanding Hall. It is different from the other peaks, such as Third Reed's Peak, which is purely under the jurisdiction of our Grass Department. Oh, speaking of the Grass Department, I have to tell you that our Pill Expanding Hall has two departments. One is the Pill Department, which is in charge of refining elixirs, and the other is the Grass Department, which is responsible for the management of herbs. We are considered the Grass Department. You will know this basic knowledge in the future, so I won't say much. This Tianmu Peak can draw out earth fire from the ground, so most of it is used by the Pill Department. However, the soil there is good, and there are many high-quality herbs growing there. It will be a waste to just use it for alchemy, so there are many medicinal fields. These medicinal fields are under Chun Fengxiao's management. Since the two divisions are used together, it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. Wu Zhoushu of the Pill Division and this Chun Fengxiao are both competitive people, so there will always be friction between the two divisions. Fortunately, they are all from the pill expanding hall, so there is no danger to their lives. However, it is common for them to be injured. They can be considered the most restless among our pill expanding hall's peaks. However, the hall master considered that the pill sprouting hall was lacking in martial arts, and Tianmu Peak had set a good example. Perhaps there would be one or two capable figures in the future. What's more, the pill sprouting hall had plenty of medicines, and we were least afraid of injuries. Therefore, he turned a blind eye and let them do whatever they wanted. Usually, very few disciples are willing to be stationed at Tianmu Peak, so there's always a shortage of manpower. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there are Jianghu, there will be fighting. As expected, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Su also needs to sharpen me." Yang Yao said embarrassedly, "It was also a moment of carelessness that I forgot about Deputy Hall Master Su. I thought that I only needed to see the Hall Master when I returned, which made him unhappy." "It's all right, nephew, go ahead. When the Hall Master returns, I will immediately ask him to transfer you to another place." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. "Many thanks for Steward Yang's care." Yang Yao waved his hand and said, "When you return to the incense cult, don't mention this steward anymore. If you're close, call me uncle. If you don't want to, just call me by my name. My name is Yao." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How can that be? I'll just call you Uncle Yang." Yang Yao said happily, "That's easy. Nephew, run. Go ahead for the time being. I will help you with everything. You have to be worthy of Brother Nya." Zhang Xiaohua felt grateful in her heart. Being related and not being related were two different worlds. She didn't necessarily say this to the other alchemists. She quickly bowed and thanked him again. At this time, a young disciple came over with a horse and handed a waste token to Yang Yao. Yang Yao took it and looked at it carefully. He then handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, this is the waste token of our pill repository hall. It proves your identity. Although there are no outsiders in the incense cult, there are still some. If the patrolling disciples see you, they will have to present the waste token to verify your identity. If you lose it, it will be very troublesome. You will need to apply for it from the Hall Master. You must keep it properly." Zhang Xiaohua took it and didn't look at it carefully. She put it in her pocket and said, "Please, Uncle Yang, you can rest assured that this little one will be careful." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua knew how to address others, Yang Yao knew when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't say anything else and said to the disciple, "Take this Ren Xiaoyao to Tianmu Peak. You must tell Chen Fengxiao not to go too far. The Hall Master will transfer Ren Xiaoyao to another place." The disciple was a little embarrassed and said, "I will definitely pass on your words." You also know that Chen Fengxiao has always been disrespectful to our Hall Master. Even Vice Hall Master Su is not very respectful. Your words may not be effective. It may even have some negative effects. Yang Yao thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded to the disciple and said, "You are right. It's better not to say anything. All right, you can go now. Come back quickly." Then, without looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he turned and left the small courtyard. Seeing Yang Yao leave, the disciple turned his head and asked curiously, "Little brother, what kind of relative are you to Senior Brother Yang? Why does Senior Brother treat you like this?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "It's nothing. I just have some friendship with the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. So that's how it is." The disciple smiled and said, "If that's the case, then you are unlucky. Senior Brother Yang has some face in front of the Hall Master, but Vice Hall Master Su doesn't like it. Since the Hall Master isn't here today, you are the fish in the moat that has been implicated." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Yao's expression was so ugly. The disciple smiled and said, "How are you going to get there? Why didn't Senior Brother Yang even give you a horse? Did he ask you to use your Qinggong to get there?" From his tone, he didn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua knew Qinggong. Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "I have my own steed. So Yang, Senior Brother Yang probably didn't prepare anything." The disciple didn't care about how Zhang Xiaohua addressed him. He slapped his forehead and said, "It seems that your relationship with Valley Master Nye is not ordinary. Senior Brother Yang actually let you bring your steed into the valley." When he led Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard and saw the odd beasts in front of the door, his gaze towards Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. Fortunately, this disciple wasn't an easy person to ask, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to make up a story. The disciple mounted his horse and led Zhang Xiaohua's odd beasts down White Mountain Peak. Heaven Eye Peak was very far from White Mountain Peak. The two only arrived when the sky was almost dark. When they reached the top of the mountain, it was already time to light the lanterns. At the same time, halfway up the mountain, in an open space, countless lights were scattered across the night sky like brilliant stars. The disciple was also familiar with this place and quickly led Zhang Xiaohua to a gatehouse. The gatehouse was empty and there was no one on duty. There was only a jade-like object hanging in the corner. The disciple walked forward, picked up a stone stick from the ground, and lightly tapped the jade board. A crisp dang sound spread far and wide in the silent night sky. Not long after, two figures came in one after another. The first was a tall and thin disciple. He glanced at them and sneered, "Io, another newcomer to the grass division. Congratulations." He didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this person was the Pill Division's disciple on duty. Sure enough, the somewhat fat and honest disciple came forward and saluted. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" The disciple didn't hold back and said, "Bai Huan, I haven't seen you for a few months. How come you've gained so much weight?" Bai Huan chuckled and didn't explain. The disciple who sent Zhang Xiaohua here explained the matter and said, "I'll leave this Ren Xiaoyao to you. I won't go in. Just tell Manager Chun." After saying that, he turned to leave. Bai Huan called out, "Senior brother, why don't you leave after eating? The food is just right." The disciple waved his hand. "Forget it. I'd better go back and eat. I don't have the fortune to enjoy the food on Heaven Eye Peak." Seeing that he couldn't keep him, Bai Huan cupped his hands and bid farewell. Zhang Xiaohua also thanked him repeatedly. He knew that this disciple would return to White Mountain Peak in the middle of the night. The disciple looked at him with even more pity and patted him on the shoulder, as if taking care of himself. After the White Mountain Peak disciple left, Bai Huan said with a smile, "Brother Ren, please take out your waist token. This is our Pill Division's rule and can't be broken." Zhang Xiaohua took it out and was about to give it to Bai Huan when Bai Huan glanced at it casually and didn't take it. He said with a smile, "All right, since you have it, it's fine. I heard from Senior Brother that you're from Rejuvenation Valley and just entered the Pill Division Hall this year. You don't seem to be young anymore." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "This one is acquainted with the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Bai Huan waved his hand and said, "Little brother, please don't blame me. I'm just asking casually. Your background has nothing to do with me. However, since you're here, especially at the Tianmu Peak, you should abide by the rules of the Tianmu Peak. If you abide by the rules, you're a good brother of the Grass Division of our Pill Repository Hall." As he spoke, he glanced at the bundle on the back of the David's deer several times. Zhang Xiaohua sneered secretly in his heart, but said on the surface, "This one naturally knows. It's already late today, so I'll have to ask Senior Brother to explain the rules to me tomorrow." Bai Huan was very happy and said, well said, well said. Let's go. You come at the right time. Dinner is just ready." Alas, this fat guy only knows how to say dinner is just ready. Otherwise, how could he be so fat? Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua through the mountain gate. After making several turns, they came to an extremely lively small courtyard. As soon as they approached, they heard the noise inside. There were even faint sounds of drinking and drinking. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought, "This is the place to eat at Heaven Eye Peak? Why is it so noisy? It's not even as good as Huanqi Villa. Please vote for me. Recommend me." Chapter 531. Sure enough, Bai Huan said with a smile, "Brother Run, let's tie your mount here. After eating, I'll take you to see our head." Head? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did it sound like a bandit's name? However, he was too lazy to fuss over it and said, "That's good." Bai Huan pushed the door open with Zhang Xiaohua and entered. This was a hall comparable to the dining hall of Huan Shi Mountain Villa. There were dozens of round tables inside. At this time, many disciples were sitting around. None of them were eating properly, but many were eating and drinking. Even half of them were holding wine bowls in their hands, eating and drinking at the same time, filling the hall with the smell of wine. Smelling the wine, Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. This was far from the fragrance cult in his impression. More than half of the tables in the hall were already occupied. However, everyone was sitting very clearly. There were fewer people on the right and more people on the left. From time to time, they would shout something to the people on the right. Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua in. A sharp-eyed person on the left had already seen them and shouted, "Ha! Look at the grass division. They really come from herbs. Another newcomer who looks like grass has come." There was nothing funny about this, but the people from the pill division on the left all roared with laughter. It seemed that they had not been so happy for a long time. The people from the grass division on the right also looked up and then lowered their heads to eat. Those who were drinking were still drinking and ignored them. Bai Huan was used to it. He took Zhang Xiaohua to an empty table and said with a smile, "Little brother, it's too messy over there. There's no seat for you. You can sit here first. I'll get you something to eat. How about it?" Although Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed of him asking for benefits, he was somewhat protective of her at this time. Regardless of whether it was because of the benefits tomorrow, she felt grateful and quickly said, "Actually, I don't need to eat. I'm not hungry." "How can that be? It's half a day's journey from Baiyue Peak to here. It would be strange if you're not hungry." "Wait a moment. Then, thank you, Senior Brother Bai." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be too different from others. Not long after, Bai Huan came over with a wooden tray with a few dishes and a bowl of rice on it. She placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, eat first. If it's not enough, let me know." After that, he returned to his table and began to eat and drink. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the food on the table and smelled the wine in the hall. How could she eat? Thus, he picked up his chopsticks and put a few pieces of vegetables into his mouth. While they were eating, they saw a few people drinking at a table in the grass division, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua. Then, a tall and muscular man with a slightly tipsy face slowly stood up and said something to them. Then, he walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. When Bai Huan saw the muscular man get up and walk toward Zhang Xiaohua, she hurriedly wanted to stop him. However, when she saw the gazes of the drinking people, she could only sit down slowly and eat with her head lowered, as if nothing had happened. The hall was in a mess, and Zhang Xiaohua had already retracted her divine sense, so she didn't notice the arrival of the burly man. It wasn't until the burly man sat down on the stool next to Zhang Xiaohua that Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the drunk man. The man just sat there and stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This person doesn't look familiar? Then her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that you've seen Second Brother? Do I look similar to Second Brother? Thus, she cupped her hands and said, "Senior Brother, do you know me? Or have you seen someone who looks similar to me?" The man smiled and said, "Who knows who you are? You only have one nose, one mouth, 2 eyes, and 2 ears. There are many people who look similar to you." Zhang Xiaohua looked pensive and said faintly, "Then what advice does Senior Brother have for me?" The man pointed his thumb at his nose and said, "Call me Brother Ma. I'm the right-hand man of our first master. As long as you get my Brother Ma's care, you can do whatever you want on Tianmu Peak." Brother Ma? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, a strange smile appeared on her face. She unconsciously thought of Ma Jing of Huan Shi Manor. "Yes, Brother Ma." Zhang Xiaohua said, "May I ask what Brother Ma wants?" Brother Ma squinted and said, "Kid, you just arrived today, right?" "Yes, Bai Yefeng just arrived." "Look at you, kid. Where did you come from? Rejuvenation Valley? How many years have I been in the Pill Tower Hall? Why haven't I seen you?" "Yes, Brother Ma is right. It's Rejuvenation Valley. I just arrived a few years ago." Brother Ma seemed to have drunk too much and didn't care about the "just arrive" at the end. He smiled and said, "Since it's Rejuvenation Valley, it's easy. In the past few years, the people sent to our Tianmu Peak were basically all from Rejuvenation Valley. Did you make a mistake somewhere else? You couldn't stay any longer and came here? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Brother Ma didn't care how she answered and just said, however, no matter how you were in other places before, when you come here, you have to listen to the first master. Yes, that means you have to listen to my brother Ma. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua still said faintly. That's what I should do. Good. Brother Ma raised his thumb and said, straightforward. Then he reached out and picked up a dish in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, then I want to see if you're obedient. After that, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the dish. Then he picked up Zhang Xiaohua's chopsticks and stirred the dish. Then he did the same to the rest of the dishes. Then he rubbed the chopsticks under his feet and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a sinister smile, if you're obedient, eat this dish. Yes, eat it with this pair of chopsticks. Zhang Xiaohua's brows were already knitted into a knot. She looked up at Bai Huan, who was a distance away. Bai Huan was looking over. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at her, she immediately lowered her head and pretended to eat. The other disciples of the Grass Division were also looking at all this with excitement and anticipation. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She had just come to Pingyang City from the Guizhuang house. Even if she was a young lad who had never seen the world, being bullied by people like Ma Jing was just a trick to deceive her. She had never heard of people using force to humiliate her. Could it be that the more powerful one's force was, the more the good and evil in one's heart would expand? Could it be that Ma Jing would also force her like this when he had such force? Looking up at Brother Ma's bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaohua said, thank you for your concern, Brother Ma. I'm already full. Ha ha. Brother Ma laughed as if he had seen something very funny. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked a few people who were drinking in the distance, did you hear that? He said he's full. He's already full. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. It was a faint smile, as if she had also seen something funny. Brother Ma stopped laughing and said, little brother, don't be ungrateful. You still have a long time to stay on Tianmu Peak. If you refuse a toast now, do you want to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and then at the rest of the people from the Grass Division. Bai Huan kept winking at him, as if urging him to quickly finish his food. The rest of the people from the Pill Division also seemed to have noticed the situation here. They all stopped eating and looked over, as if they were watching a big show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Brother Ma and said, Brother Ma, you worry too much. I'm still young and can't drink. I can't even drink a toast or a forfeit. Ha. This time, not only the people from the Grass Division, but also the people from the Pill Division laughed. Brother Ma even laughed until tears flowed out of his eyes. Brother Ma pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, little brother, you're really humorous. After laughing, Brother Ma looked at everyone proudly and said loudly, since little brother is young, then as his elder brother, I naturally have to help him. Let me feed this fellow. After saying that, he picked up the plate and was about to smash it on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Good. The entire hall was in an uproar, as if this was the beginning of the climax. Unfortunately, although the cheers were loud, there were no screams like they usually heard. After a while, everyone regained their senses. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They saw that Brother Ma's hand was on the table, grabbing the plate, but his face was flushed red. When they looked carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's hand was pressing on his wrist. No matter how hard Brother Ma tried, that arm and that hand did not move at all. Hearing that, everyone quietened down. Zhang Xiaohua said slowly, it seems that Brother Ma likes to eat very much. Then I'll learn for Brother Ma and treat Brother Ma to some dishes. After saying that, she reached out her other hand, picked up the plate, and slowly brought it to Brother Ma's mouth. Brother Ma looked at the vegetables that he had mixed with thick phlegm and panicked. His other hand also reached out, wanting to knock the plate down. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and grabbed Brother Ma's wrist. She grabbed his other hand with lightning speed and said with a smile, hoeing crops at noon, sweat dripping into the soil. You're not a good child who wastes food. Brother Ma used all the strength in his body to pull his hands out of Zhang Xiaohua's grasp. However, that hand seemed to be cast by iron and could not move at all. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke and laughed, the plate in her hand was already in front of Brother Ma. She smiled and said, "Brother Ma, please open your mouth." Brother Ma looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a pleading tone, "This brother, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended you. This dish is really—" Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and said, "I seem to have said these words just now. You didn't give me any face at all. I don't care about anything else. I just want to ask you, are you going to eat or not?" Brother Ma turned back to look at the few people who were eager to give it a try and the few who were sneaking out. He snorted and said, "Little brother, if you want to continue living on Tianmu Peak, you should know the principle of being lenient wherever possible." When the first master, before he could finish his words, he heard Zhang Xiaohua laugh and say, "You were so reasonable just now. Now, you're actually fearless. You're really amazing." As they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua did not do anything. Instead, a paw sound was heard. The dish that Zhang Xiaohua was holding was slapped on Brother Ma's face. The vegetable soup and vegetables splattered all over Brother Ma's face and flowed down his face. Not only was there soup, there was also a patch of blood. It was a nosebleed caused by Zhang Xiaohua's slap. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 532. Brother Ma's hands were pinched by Zhang Xiaohua, and he couldn't move. Zhang Xiaohua slapped the dish so cleanly that he only had time to close his eyes. He felt his face heat up, and then his nose hurt. Tears flowed down his face. He immediately cowered and said, "Spare me, spare me, spare me." When the people who were drinking nearby saw this, they immediately left their seats and ran towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look in their direction. She only said indifferently, "If it were me, I would sit there obediently and watch the show. I wouldn't take half a step forward and end up like this so-called Brother Ma." Those people were stunned and immediately stopped. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. In fact, it was natural. They were just stubborn people from the grass division. They didn't have any real skills. They could bully the newcomers, but other things were not worth mentioning. Moreover, their punches and kicks were similar to Brother Ma's. Seeing that Brother Ma couldn't move in the hands of others, even if they went forward, what could they gain? Someone had already gone to inform the boss. It was better for them to watch the show. At this time, the place was silent. The people of the pill department were watching the show from the side. Brother Ma had heard Zhang Xiaohua's words clearly. When the footsteps stopped, he naturally knew that his brothers did not dare to go forward. He could not help but scold. "Old Fan, little Chun, you bunch of pussies. Do you think you're afraid of this kid if you attack together? Ouch, spare me. Be gentle, be gentle." Zhang Xiaohua used more strength and said, "You should take care of yourself. Are you going to eat or not?" I'll eat. "Sir, please let go of your hand first." "I'll eat now." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let go of her hand. Brother Ma's hands were free. He immediately used his clothes to wipe the soup and blood off his face. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. You have also vented your anger." "This dish," Zhang Xiaohua said faintly, "young master is the fairest. If you let me eat, I will let you eat. I won't give you more. Just eat. Don't be long-winded." Looking at the dishes on the table next to Zhang Xiaohua, Brother Ma's only thought was, "Why did I spit so much? I know it's wrong to spit everywhere, but I still did it knowingly." Sigh, but fortunately, it was his own spit. If it was someone else's spit, it would be really hard to swallow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Brother Ma frowned as he ate. He even glanced at the door, hoping that the door would be pushed open in time and the savior that he had been thinking about day and night would suddenly appear. Unfortunately, even after he forced himself to finish the food and burped, the door was still closed and there was no movement. Good. Wonderful. Very wonderful. The people from the pill division were boiling. They had never seen a newcomer from the grass division be so fierce. She actually forced someone to finish the food mixed with thick phlegm. Everyone from the grass division drooped their heads. The few people who had been drinking with Brother Ma also had some regret in their eyes. If they hadn't been frightened by this young man just now, it would have been better than being ridiculed at this moment. Brother Ma put down the plate pitifully and said, "Young master, I have finished eating." Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. "Then go back to where you came from." Brother Ma turned his head and burped. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he walked back. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Huan, who was now as her name suggested. Just as she was about to speak, the door that had been closed for a long time was finally pushed open. Brother Ma was delighted. He was about to speak, but when he saw the person who came in, he closed his mouth. Even the people from the grass division immediately lowered their heads. The person who came in was a tall and fat man. He was even stronger than Brother Ma. When the people from the pill division saw him, they all laughed and said, "Hello, Brother Chung." Brother Chung came late and didn't get to see the wonderful scene. "Hey, what's that in Brother Cheng's hand?" The valiant Brother Chung carried a huge bag in his hand. He strode into the hall and said loudly, "Did we have a new brother? Why didn't I know? Who is it? Hurry up and come out." Everyone from the pill department was taken aback. Strange expressions appeared on their faces as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. She touched her nose and looked at the sky outside. "Why didn't I ask Manager Yang, Uncle Yang, to read my fortune when I went out? Why is there so much trouble once I reach Tianmu Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua stood up. She still had a calm expression. She walked in front of Brother Chung and pointed at the bag. "This is Brother Chung, right? This bag is mine. Yours?" Brother Chung looked at where Zhang Xiaohua came from and couldn't help but frown. "You're new to the grass division?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slowly and said, "It seems so." "Damn it. Why is it the grass division? That bunch of good-for-nothings got lucky." Brother Chung cursed in his heart. Then he weighed the heavy bag in his hand. He wanted to throw it on the table next to him, but he couldn't bear to. Then he rolled his eyes and smiled. "Little brother, you're new here. You probably don't know the rules here." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "At first, I didn't know, but under Brother Ma's education, I learned a little." Brother Chung looked at Brother Ma, whose back was facing him. He smiled and said, "That's good, that's good. Since you've been educated, you're a good brother. Then I'll be easier to talk to." The people from the grass division were a little regretful, but also a little excited. They looked at Brother Chung strangely. The people from the pill division, on the other hand, were excited and surprised. Brother Chung said arrogantly, "I presume little brother came from another mountain and naturally knows the situation of our pill tower hall on Tianmu Peak. I'm not afraid of the brothers from the grass division scolding me. Your grass division has always lowered your heads on Tianmu Peak. If it wasn't for your head leader Chun, your grass division would have been suppressed by our pill division. Little brother, now there's an excellent opportunity in front of you. Don't miss it. And if you give me the things in this bag that I like, I'll protect you in the future. You can do whatever you want on Tianmu Peak. Don't you think this rule is special?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Brother Ma said this to me just now." "Him?" Brother Chung snorted and said, "I can spit a hole in Tianmu Peak. That brat Ma Su can only be eaten by others. How can he compare to me?" "Ha ha." The people from the pill division laughed. Yes, he was eaten by others just now. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose, as if thinking about something. Brother Chung urged, "Little brother, this is a benefit for newcomers. Don't say that I'm blackmailing you. If you miss this chance, you won't get it again. If you get bullied tomorrow, don't say that I didn't give you this chance." Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and said with a smile, "Since Master Chung values it so much, then please pick it yourself. As long as Master Chung likes it, how can this little one not dare to agree?" Brother Chung was overjoyed and said, "You're indeed a smart child. Sai, why did you go to the grass division? If you were in the pill division, Master Chung would dote on you every day." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. The people from the pill division were puzzled. This was a far cry from the ferocious person just now. Could it be that she was frightened by Brother Cheng's might? Or was she frightened by the name of the pill division on Tianmu Peak? Several people were already whispering to each other. Brother Chung saw that Zhang Xiaohua had agreed and didn't dare to delay. He immediately threw the bundle on the empty table next to him. A clang sound was heard, indicating that there were many loving things inside. Sure enough, when Brother Chung opened the bundle, his eyes were already dazzled. That bundle was packed by Nie Qinyu for Zhang Xiaohua. She was afraid that she couldn't express her feelings and only wanted to give all the good things in Rejuvenation Valley to Zhang Xiaohua. Not to mention the bottles of elixirs. The clothes were also personally sewn by Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu knew what Zhang Xiaohua liked, so she gave a lot of gold leaves and banknotes. In the pill division hall of the incense cult, all kinds of elixirs and clothes were naturally common. Although banknotes couldn't be exchanged, they were still very rare things. The most precious thing was the gold leaves. Think about it. These ruffians on Tianmu Peak didn't have a chance to go out. They didn't even have a few copper coins on them. Now that they saw the gold leaves that they couldn't even dream of, they almost stretched out a hand from their throat. Brother Ching looked at the shining gold leaves in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and asked, This little brother, is this yours? It doesn't belong to our hall leader, right? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's right, this is mine. Master Chung, if you like anything, please take it. Really, this is what you said. When it was right in front of his eyes, Brother Chung didn't dare to reach out his hand. Think about it. Usually extortion was just small stuff. How could there be such a big deal? He hesitated and hesitated. He didn't dare to believe it. Then I'll take it. Brother Chung probed. If Headmaster Chen comes, you have to say that you're willing to take it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, the few people who had been whispering nearby ran over and recounted what had happened. Brother Cheng's eyes flickered a few times, but he was still captivated by the golden leaf. He glanced at Ma Su and harumphed coldly. Then he walked up to the bundle, reached in, and took out a handful of the golden leaf. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Brother Chung, wait a moment. Brother Chung was stunned and said, You're going back on your words? No. How can I go back on my words? I just want to ask, how much did you take? How much? Brother Chung was confused and said casually, It's only 50 taels. Hee. Brother Cheng's hands are really big. 50 taels in one go. Hee. The more I take, the more stable your life will be in the future. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, That's right, that's right. Then he looked up to the sky and said, The heavens have opened their eyes. This young master hasn't been robbed in a long time. It's really not easy to earn some gold. Everyone was shocked. Has this guy been bullied to the point of going crazy? Why would he say that? While they were surprised, they saw Zhang Xiaohua stand up. All the joints in his body made cracking sounds. Then, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and there was a loud slap. That hand actually slapped Brother Cheng's face. Vote for me. Chapter 533. Unlike Ma Su, Brother Chung was an expert in martial arts. Naturally, he was aware of Zhang Xiaohua's movements. Moreover, the people from the Dan department had already told him that Zhang Xiaohua had some strength. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand, he immediately reacted and raised his hand to block it. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not even care about his movements? Her palm continued to move forward. Brother Chung was overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua was tall and thin. How could she be stronger than him? Unfortunately, when his arm touched Zhang Xiaohua's hand, a huge force immediately pushed his arm to the side. Before he could do anything else, that hand had already reached his mouth. Ouch! Brother Chung was shocked. If this force hit him, wouldn't half of his face fly off? Just as he was panicking, Zhang Xiaohua's palm landed on his mouth. Brother Ching also heard a crisp sound. He did not feel any pain on his mouth. Involuntarily, he covered his mouth with his free hand. At this moment, his mouth was numb. When he felt something in his mouth, he opened it and spat it out. Ding! Dang! A few dull sounds were heard. Several yellow and white teeth fell to the ground. Then, a stream of blood flowed out from Brother Cheng's hand that was covering his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and took the gold leaf back from Brother Cheng's hand. He weighed in his hand and said, Brother Chung, You have good craftsmanship. This is called practice makes perfect. It should be around 50 gold taels. You heard the others say that I'm the fairest. If you let me eat it, I'll let you eat it. I won't let you eat more than half a tael. Since you took my gold, I'll let you pay me back. I won't let you pay me back, even if you give me half a tael more. You said yourself that you took 50 gold taels, then you have to pay me back 50 gold taels, not 1 tael less. Brother Chung covered his mouth. At this moment, the numbness had already passed. Gradually, it began to hurt. Moreover, didn't he lose several teeth? Blood continued to flow down, and the front of his shirt was a little red. Brother Chung pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a leaking mouth, You dare to trick me? Do you want to die? Then he looked at the timid and noisy members of the Dan department and shouted, Brothers, the young grass of the grass department is bullying us. When the members of the Dan department heard this, some of them stood up and wanted to walk over. Brother Chung wanted to say something. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and glanced at the door. She did not see him do anything. Her right leg flew up and kicked Brother Cheng's chest. Brother Cheng's fierce figure flew straight to the door not far away like a paper kite after Zhang Xiaohua's kick. Following the kick, Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently, This guy is really noisy. His teeth are gone, yet he's still so bored. Who doesn't want their teeth to stay in their mouth? As she spoke, her face was directed at the members of the Dan department. When the members of the Dan department saw the human-shaped kite fly up, those who were running stopped. Those who wanted to walk did not dare to. Those who had just stood up immediately sat back down. Brother Chung was not like Ma Su, who only bullied newcomers. His martial arts skills were well known in Tianmu Peak. At least, in this dining hall, no one could match up to him. This was also the reason why Brother Chung was so arrogant the moment he entered the hall. At this moment, the members of the grass department who were worried that the members of the Dan department would beat up Zhang Xiaohua and settle the score with them had their eyes lit up. Although this newcomer had no respect for his elders and forced Brother Ma to eat his phlegm, he was still a brother of the grass department. Instantly, they looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back view with a sense of familiarity. Brother Chung, who was flying towards the door, was about to hit the wooden door of the hall. The door that had been closed all this time opened with a swoosh. A tall figure walked in. Just as he was about to hit Brother Chung, the figure raised his hand and patted Brother Cheng's waist. The force of Zhang Xiaohua's kick dissipated, and Brother Chung landed on the ground. When Brother Chung landed, his face was already red. He let out a long breath, and his expression eased. He turned around and looked at the man with a dark face and a beard. His expression was a little awkward. He cupped his hands and said, Leader Chun, thank you. It was the leader of Tianmu Peak's grass department, Chen Fengxiao. Chen Fengxiao looked at Brother Cheng's deflated appearance. His face was already swollen, and his mouth was also swollen like a pig's mouth. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He frowned and said, Cheng Shi, what happened to you? Seeing Chen Feng ask with a smile, Cheng Shi rolled his eyes and said, Head Leader Chun, you came at the right time. Your grass clan has a person who doesn't follow the rules. I saw him bullying an old man, so I only said a few words and wanted to teach him how to behave. Especially the principles of being a grass clan member of Tianmu Peak, and he was beaten up like this. If head leader Chun doesn't help me, then I'll have to ask my Wu Dalong to stand up for me. As he said that, he gave a look to the members of the Dan department. That person understood and walked out. Chen Fengxiao knew that person was going to inform Wuzhou ruins. However, that person was a member of the Dan department, and he might not be able to stop him. He could only pretend that he did not see anything. However, when he saw Chang Shi's appearance, he was both happy and surprised. To be honest, the grass department was at a disadvantage on Tianmu Peak. There were very few people in the grass department who could defeat Chang Shi. However, this new grass department disciple could easily injure Chang Shi. Naturally, he was a capable helper that he had been looking forward to for a long time. If he used him well in the future, he would definitely gain the upper hand in the future battles with the Dan department, and he would no longer have to look at Wu Dalong's face. What surprised him was that he had never heard of such an expert in the Tuo Dan Hall. Moreover, he was suddenly sent to Tianmu Peak. This person's motive was very intriguing. Was he trying to replace him, or was he trying to control him by the hall leader? It was easy to guess. It had to be said that if this was really the case, his authority on Tianmu Peak would be greatly reduced by this person. He had to be careful. The grass department disciple who went to report to Chen Fengxiao only ran out when he saw Ma Su being humiliated. He did not know what happened after that. When Chen Fengxiao heard the report, he only thought that Ma Su was bullying a newcomer and had encountered a thorn in his side. Anyway, Ma Su was used to being a scoundrel and always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Chen Fengxiao had always wanted to give him a warning, but he was his brother after all and had not done anything wrong. It was not good for him to say too much. If there was a newcomer who could teach him a lesson, it would also be a good thing. Therefore, he deliberately came later. Seeing that he was checkmated by Chang Shi the moment he entered the door and had thought so much in a flash, Chen Fengxiao could be considered as the leader of a peak. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing not far away with an indecipherable smile on her face, Chen Fengxiao was about to speak when Ma Su, who had just been bullied by Zhang Xiaohua, saw Chen Fengxiao walk in. It was as if he had seen the sun. He quickly stood up from the table and ran to Chen Fengxiao's side. With a plop, he threw himself on the ground and hugged Chen Fengxiao's thigh. Immediately, he started crying and complaining about his tragic life. Seeing that Ma Su did not know the gravity of the situation and did not know what was going on, Chen Fengxiao was furious. If you were beaten up, then so be it. If you did not beat up Chang Shi, then this was an internal matter of the grass department. You can do whatever you want. But now this cute and hateful little brother had even beaten up Chang Shi from the pill department. His injuries were obviously more serious than yours. This showed that this brother still had a good sense of the big picture and could clearly differentiate between internal and external matters. The current situation had escalated to a conflict between the pill department and the grass department. Then, Brother Ma, we have to deal with external matters before internal ones. Can't you spare a thought for the grass department? Spare a thought for my face? You're making things difficult for me by doing this. Thus, Chen Fengxiao lowered his head and said, Ma Su, let go. Since I'm here, I naturally have to help you. Wait at the side and let me give the pill department an explanation first, okay? But, big brother, I was beaten up first. Ma Su still did not give up. Chen Fengxiao held back his laughter and raised his leg again and again. He gave a look to the clever people beside him. A few sensible people came forward and coaxed that fellow. Brother Ma, you haven't finished your food. Eat first. Ma Su struggled and said, my stomach has already been stuffed full. How can I still eat? Before he could finish, he was dragged to the side. Chen Fengxiao stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a while without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything either. She just stood there with her hands behind her back and her eyes looking to the side. She did not have the slightest intention of flattering him. Thus, Chen Fengxiao put on a smile and walked forward. Little brother, I am the steward of the grass department on Tianmu Peak. My name is Chen Fengxiao. How should I address you? Where did you work previously? What happened just now? Little brother, please tell us clearly. The brothers of the grass department have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her gaze from the corner of the wall and cupped her hands. I am Ren Xiaoyao. This is my first time at Tianmu Peak. As for the details and what happened, as the person involved, I don't want to say anything. I don't want the people of the pill department to say that the people of the grass department only listen to one side. The words people of the grass department warmed Chen Fengxiao's heart. He immediately understood that she was expressing her stand. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and waved her hand, saying, Senior Bai, come over and tell Headmaster Chen. Bai Huan was a little panicked. Chen Fengxiao looked at her and said, Bai Huan, come over and tell me. Hearing this, Bai Huan stood up and walked over to Chen Fengxiao's ear. She told him about Zhang Xiaohua's background and what happened just now in full detail. Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. As he listened, his eyes unconsciously lit up. When Bai Huan finished, his gaze inadvertently swept across the gold leaves on the table. His eyes also flashed with greed. Chapter 534. However, Chun Fengxiao immediately retracted his gaze from the dazzling golden leaf because he felt the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it's sarcasm. This guy actually set a trap for himself. Do you think I'm an idiot like Cheng Shi, reaching out for the golden leaf? Do you think I'm a pussy like Ma Su, who only knows how to spit at newcomers? If I want it, I'll make you offer it to me with both hands. Yes, you'll have to kneel on the ground and offer it to me with both hands. Otherwise, I won't even bother to accept it. Chun Fengxiao swallowed his saliva and looked up at Zhang Xiaohua, who was looking at me with extreme sarcasm. He gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Ren, well done. As an elder brother, I have nothing to say. Well done." Then he looked at Ma Su and Cheng Shi and said, "A true hero should clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, repay kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If people don't respect me, why should I respect them?" Ma Su is a disciple of our grass division. We'll talk about you two later. However, this Cheng Shi is a disciple of the pill division. We can't not give face to this good friend and brother of ours. Don't you think so? Brother Run, I know this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak, and also your first time seeing our brother from the grass division. Perhaps it's also your first time seeing our brothers from the pill expanding hall. The pill division is also a part of our pill expanding hall. Your slap just now can be considered as venting your anger. I know little brother is a hero, and every word you spit out is a pit, and every word you say is, but 50 taels of gold, I'm not boasting, but there's really no one on Tianmu Peak who can afford it. Little brother, even if you chop off all of Cheng Shi's flesh and sell it, it may not be worth so much gold. Why don't you take into account that this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak and entering the pill expanding hall, and give me some face and let Cheng Shi off this time? How about this? Zhang Xiaohua grinned when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an explosion outside, and someone shouted, "Head Chun, what are you talking about? Is there anything that my pill department can't take out? Even if Cheng Shi can't take it out, can I take it out?" Wu Dalong. Chun Feng smiled bitterly and called out, "You came at the right time. Wu Dalong." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What nice name. He then smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders at Chun Fengxiao, expressing his helplessness. But in his heart, he was bursting with joy. It wasn't easy for him to find a chance to extort someone, and yet he had to give up just because of some headmaster Chun. He was truly indignant. This Wu Dalong was truly a cute character. But when Wu Dalong entered the hall, Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't restrain her laughter. When she heard this guy shout, she thought he was a burly man who was even stronger than Chun Fengxiao. But when he entered the hall, it was a short man who was no more than 5 feet tall. Wu Dalong walked up to Chun Fengxiao and sneered. "Didn't you hear what Headmaster Chun said just now? What is it that my pill department can't take out? Wasn't it just 50 gold leaves? I can take it out." Chun Fengxiao looked at the arrogant Wu Dalong, and his eyes shrunk. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Dalong can take it out, I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Then he said politely to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, boss's face has been smashed to the ground. But, brother, you don't have to be afraid. Since you've come to Tianmu Peak, you're my brother. If I don't protect you, who will?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Chun. But you don't need me to eat anything, right?" Chun Fengxiao laughed loudly. "Little brother, you're really humorous. Come, come, come." To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal situation. Since Pill Department's Wu Dalong is here, we can talk about the Grass Department and Pill Department later. Come, propose a toast to Brother Ma Su. The grudges between us can be written off. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. We're all brothers of the Grass Department. Little brother also made a mistake just now. I really have to apologize to Brother Ma." Chun Fengxiao was overjoyed. This was a person who went with the flow, a person with discerning eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Ma Su refused. He looked at Chun Fengxiao and said with a smile, "Headmaster Chun, my nose At this time, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Ma Su and raised a cup of wine with a smile. He put one hand in front of Ma Su's mouth and said, "Brother Ma, do you want to drink this wine yourself? Or do you want little brother to feed you? Or should I say, do you want to drink a toast? Or do you want to drink a forfeit?" This was what Ma Su said to Zhang Xiaohua at the beginning. Now, Zhang Xiaohua returned the same words. Ma Su wanted to refuse at first, but when he saw Qin Fengxiao, he was unwilling. Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Ma Su's legs almost went soft. He immediately caught the cup with both hands and said with a trembling voice, I'll drink. We're all brothers. How can I blame you?" After saying that, he raised his head and drank it. Then he coughed and choked. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother Ma is really an impatient person. Just now, you were in a hurry to educate little brother, and now you're in a hurry to drink. Haste makes waste." Under the gaze of the people from the grass division, Qin Fengxiao perfectly mediated the grudge between Zhang Xiaohua and Ma Su, completing the goal of pacifying the internal affairs. At this time, he looked at Wu Dalong, who was listening to the people from the pill division in detail. As Wu Dalong listened, he cast his greedy eyes on the shiny golden leaves in the big bundle. When his disciple finished, Wu Dalong threw his head back and laughed. He pointed at Qing Shi and said, "You idiot, if you want to take it, why don't you take the whole bundle? If you only take 50 taels of gold, who can share it?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked to the bag and slowly closed it. She put away the golden leaf and was about to pick it up when Wu Dalong shouted, "Wait!" Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop and asked, "Is this your bag?" Wu Dalong was stunned, no. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Since it's not yours, I'll pack my own bag. What does it have to do with other people? If there's anything you want to say, just say it." After saying that, she ignored him and threw the bag in her hand on the table next to Qin Fengxiao. Wu Dalong's eyes followed the curve of the bag, and he was very depressed. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "No matter who is right and who is wrong, little brother has hurt my brothers. If I don't take revenge for my brothers, how can I be the big brother of others in the future?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Fengxiao and said, "Well, that's great. However, before you take revenge, shouldn't you let me take revenge too? I still haven't found my 50 taels of gold." Then, she changed the topic. "Unfortunately, I've already promised Headmaster Chun that I won't pursue the matter of the 50 taels of gold. If you do this, won't you make it difficult for me?" Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao thought, well, this guy's going to drag me into the water. It's really not easy to be the boss. Then he stepped out and said, "Wu Dalong, my brother, is right. If you want to take revenge for Qing Shi, you better take out the 50 taels of gold that my brother asked for." Wu Dalong was furious. He said, "My brother only touched the 50 taels of gold with his hand. He didn't even warm the gold before you took it back. Moreover, his teeth were knocked out and he was kicked out of the door. We haven't asked for any compensation yet, but you're the one who complained first, asking us for the 50 taels of gold. This is such a robber's logic. Can you still be reasonable?" Hearing Wu Dalong's reasoning, Qin Fengxiao was already laughing in his heart, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Qin Fengxiao said with a smile, "Qing Shi offended my little brother first, so he should do things according to my little brother's rules. When I understand, we'll move on to the next step. What do you think, Wu Dalong?" Wu Dalong raised his head and said, "Well, what can we do if we do as you say? If we don't do this, your grass division will say that our pill division is greedy. This has always been your trick." Zhang Xiaohua was happy to hear this. She stretched out her hand and said, "Then please give me the gold first." Wu Dalong waved his hand and said, "This little brother doesn't seem to be a disciple of our pill division. Is this your first time in our fragrant cult?" "I think so. These few days seem to be the biennial day to enter the mountain. Little brother, you must be from the outside." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to answer, he continued, "What's the use of gold in the fragrant cult? Who would want to take gold that was worthless and useless? Who would have gold in their purse?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Since you don't have the gold, how are you going to compensate me?" Wu Dalong said disdainfully, "This gold is what our pill division owes you. Remember, only if you let us owe you the gold, then we can compensate you. Only then can we move on to the next step of the discussion. Isn't this just trying to get something without risking anything? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. But what was he afraid of? He raised his hand and said, I understand. I'll remember this debt. Next, I'll let Headmaster Chun talk to Wu Dalong. I think both of you are familiar with this. Chen Feng smiled. Chen Feng smiled. This was truly a wonderful person. He was also a smart person. Dealing with this kind of person was too worry-free. Therefore, he asked, Brother Wu, you see, this little brother of mine has already handed this matter to me. Can I represent this little brother of mine? Why would Wu Dalong care about who represented him? As long as there was a pile of gold leaves, even if he represented the grass division, what could he do? Sure enough, the two of them came to a conclusion after a short discussion. Chen Feng smiled and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He said with a smile, Little brother, I made the decision for you just now. Actually, the key is to take down the arrogance of the pill division. Don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, It's nothing. Headmaster Chun, please say what you want to say. Chen Feng smiled and said, There's nothing much to say. It's just that the pill division wants to regain their face. Just like before, they made a bet with our grass division. There are 10 matches, and the prize for each match is 50 taels of gold. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, But Wu Dalong seems to have said that they don't have any gold? Chen Feng smiled mysteriously and said, Although they don't have any gold, they have something that is equivalent to gold. Recommend me. Chapter 535. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Something of the same value as gold? Then she immediately understood and pretended to be in disbelief. She said softly, Headmaster Chun, are you talking about? Zhang Xiaohua mouthed the word pill. Chen Feng laughed and said, Little brother, you're really smart. No wonder you were chosen by Rejuvenation Valley to join the fragrance cult. You understood it immediately. Nonsense. Zhang Xiaohua had done this many times. Wasn't it the same in Rejuvenation Valley? However, at that time, he was the only one who had heard the alchemy and no one else knew about it. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley had also agreed to it, so there was nothing wrong with taking it. However, in the pill-expanding hall of the incense cult, there were hundreds of people refining pills together. Even the walls had ears. Whatever you did, it could be seen by others. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly puzzled, Chen Fengxiao said in a low voice, The medicinal pills refined by our pill expansion hall are all for the use of outer court disciples. The medicinal pills of inner court disciples are refined by the inner court disciples themselves. It has nothing to do with us. The outer disciples' pills are of average quality, so the inner disciples don't pay much attention to them. Moreover, who doesn't want to make some extra money in this era? Others say 100,000 snowflake silver for 3 years. Our pill expansion hall doesn't understand the principle of the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, right? Moreover, there haven't been any fights for hundreds of years. The consumption of pills is small, but we have refined a lot. Who in the sect knows the exact number? Alas, it's a pity that our brothers in the grass division only know how to grow herbs and don't know how to refine pills. We can only give them the herbs. Which one of these bastards doesn't have a lot of private work in their pockets? Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood. Everyone was stuffing things into their pockets. Then no one would criticize anyone. It was fine as long as the hall master and the rest felt that the quantity was appropriate. Moreover, according to Yan Yao's words, this Tianmu Peak was difficult to manage. If you didn't ask them to make trouble, who would really come to see how many pills they refined? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the pills of Rejuvenation Valley. Although the pills of the fragrance cult were better than those of Rejuvenation Valley, which one of the disciples of Tianmu Peak had good internal strength, how could they refine a pill that Zhang Xiaohua would like? Even if the aroma cult had the pills that Zhang Xiaohua needed, it would have been refined by the inner sanctum and would never appear in the Tianmu Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not agree to this condition. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said with a smile, Boss Chun, to be honest, I'm not too interested in what you're talking about. Eh? Chen Fengxiao was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's words, but he immediately understood what Huang Xiaolong meant. He patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder and said, I saw some pills in your bag just now. They must be from the Rejuvenation Valley. But you have to believe me, the pills refined by the disciples of the pill department of our pill expansion hall may not be inferior to the pills refined by the Rejuvenation Valley. Moreover, our pill expansion hall has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. There are countless pill recipes. There are many pills that you can't even imagine. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. You've given me various pills of different quality, but I have no use for them. They're all from martial arts. The pills that I refine are better than yours. Why would I use the golden leaf to exchange for your useless pills for no reason? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to think for a while, but still shook her head. Just as Boss Chen said, since I'm here in the aroma cult, what's the point of fighting? I'm not injured. Why would I need those pills? Moreover, even if it's the pills that I want, such as those that can increase my power, it's impossible for our Tianmu Peak to have them, right? Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao was a little anxious. On Tianmu Peak, pills were the hard currency. There was no one who didn't like them. Previously, when they gambled, they used pills as the wager. Moreover, he had always wanted to say in his heart, Little brother, it's fine if you don't want the pills, but our grass department brothers are all crying piteously for food. Therefore, Chen Fengxiao asked with a smile, Then little brother, what do you want the pill department to use as the wager? Yes, what do I need? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Actually, what he needed the most was information about the Misty School, but these things couldn't be said openly. Moreover, this information could be obtained privately, so why not use the golden leaf as the quota? If he could save, he would save. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Boss Chen, I'll take the liberty to ask. Chen Fengxiao was happy to hear her call herself a little brother. He said, Little brother, there's no harm in asking. Once you're on Tianmu Peak, you're my brother. Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, Then what did our grass department brothers use as the wager when they gambled with the pill department? What else could it be? Chen Fengxiao said resentfully, It's the pill department's pills. But we won against them before. If we lose, we'll return them to them. Then what about the earliest times, when there weren't any pills, or when there weren't any pills at all? Zhang Xiaohua tried to tempt him further. If there weren't any pills, then there wasn't any money to give them. They just took the herbs we grew. However, these bastards are really too greedy. They said that our herbs were half-finished products and weren't worth much. Only the pills were finished products and had high added value. A pile of herbs was only worth half a pill. Don't you think this is fair? Our grass department brothers worked so hard to grow herbs that weren't worth anything at all. They just spun them in the pill furnace and took out several times the value. This is really unfair. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Nonsense. You don't have any core skills, so you can only use resources to exchange for products. Even so, the pill department has to be willing. I understand. Headmaster Chen, that is to say, the disciples of the grass division also have some, personal goods? That's right. Chen Fengxiao didn't avoid the topic. He said, We live off the mountain, and we live off the water. If our grass department brothers don't eat herbs, what can we eat? Oh, if we don't rely on herbs, what do we rely on? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, If I use the pills I won to exchange for herbs with the grass department brothers, they will definitely be happy? Exchange for herbs? Chen Fengxiao was stunned, then laughed and said, Little brother, these herbs are all over Tianmu Peak. What are you exchanging for? You are a grass department brother. Who won't let you pick them? If anyone doesn't let you pick them, just tell me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Boss Chen. Little brother's intention is not to exchange for ordinary herbs, but those that are more precious or have been around for a long time. I believe that with the tens of thousands of years of inheritance of the fragrance cult, there must be many good things that have not been discovered by others, or have been discovered by the professionals of our grass department. Chen Fengxiao heard and laughed even harder. Patting Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, he said, Little brother has a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? However, I just thought that I don't know how to refine pills, so I would be wasting those things. Little brother, that means you know how to refine pills? Then, his face became even more joyful. He said, I forgot that you came from Rejuvenation Valley and are not young. I think, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Boss Chun, let's talk about these things later. Let's talk about the battle first. Chun Fengxiao tried to hide his surprise and said, We can talk about the battle later. Little brother, you have caused too much trouble here today. Let's get rid of this Wu Dalong first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, There is one more problem. Boss Chun, these 10 battles can't be arranged in one day, right? Even if this group of people is very weak, I will be very tired after a day. This is not good for health. Chun Fengxiao's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he did not know her. However, this was indeed the first time he had seen Zhang Xiaohua. He said, Little brother, it seems that I have to call you big brother. Your words are too awesome. You want to take on the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department alone? 10 great guardian deities? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, Chun Fengxiao ignored Zhang Xiaohua's surprise and said, Although I don't know how good little brother's martial arts are, I can confidently tell you that you will definitely not be able to defeat the 10 great guardian deities. If you can defeat them, how can my brothers of the grass department let you suffer for us alone? With little brother's help this time, our grass department will have to regain some face. Then, he winked at Zhang Xiaohua with a knowing expression and whispered, You can't eat all the meat and let the other brothers drink only the soup. This is not good for the unity of our brothers of the Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and cupped his hands. He said, Boss Chun is so kind. As expected of boss. Chapter 536. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's okay as long as no one disturbs us. Chun Feng smiled and said, There are no buildings around the courtyard, so no one will disturb us. Oh, right, little brother, I'll visit you in the courtyard later. Let's talk through the night. How could Zhang Xiaohua agree? He smiled and said, I'm indeed tired and will probably go to sleep when I get back. Headmaster Chun, if there's anything, can we talk about it tomorrow morning? There can't be a battle tomorrow morning, right? I see. Chun Feng smiled regretfully. He thought for a while and said, To tell you the truth, according to the previous rules, there will be a battle tomorrow morning. However, since it's your first time participating and coming to Tianmu Peak, let's postpone it to tomorrow afternoon. All right. Thank you, Headmaster Chun. See you tomorrow. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and followed by Huan out of the dining hall, where so many sorrows and joys had happened in one night. He waved his hand and took away the greedy gazes of the crowd. Only Headmaster Chun and Wu Dalong looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back, and each had their own thoughts. This person's arrival would definitely affect the current situation of Tianmu Peak. The lights on Tianmu Peak were as bright as stars, but the courtyard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to was definitely not in this galaxy. After walking out of the dining hall, Bai Huan held a torch in his hand while Zhang Xiaohua held Huan's hand and walked behind him. After walking for a long time, they saw that it was pitch black in front of them. Many trees by the side of the courtyard were swaying in the wind, making continuous noises. Even the torches were flapping in the wind. There was a bamboo forest in front of them. As the wind blew, there were some whimpering sounds, scaring Bai Huan and causing him to walk even slower. Zhang Xiaohua had already sent out his divine sense. Although it was only a few hundred feet, it was more than enough. He had already searched the bamboo forest and did not find anything special. Moreover, he also saw a small courtyard in the bamboo forest with only a few rooms. Bai Huan took Zhang Xiaohua to the small courtyard, opened the door, and lit the lamp. When she looked carefully, she found that everything in the house was ready, but no one had lived here for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Bai Huan looked around in horror and whispered, Brother Run, are you really going to live here? No one has lived here for a long time. It's very quiet. Why don't you stay with us? Although it's a little crowded over there, it's very lively. Zhang Xiaohua had already checked it with her divine sense and found nothing wrong with it. So she asked, "Why is no one living in this small courtyard? Is there anything wrong?" Bai Huan waved her hand and said, "There's nothing inappropriate, but it's too far away from everyone. In spring, we often come here during the day. Hee. There's basically no one at night." Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what he meant by hee, so she smiled and said, "I like quietness the most. Let's stay here. It's just that I offended Brother Chung of the pill department tonight. They won't play any tricks at night, right?" Bai Huan smiled and said, "Brother Run, don't worry about this. After all, the pill department and our grass department are all brothers of the pill expanding hall. If we fight openly, we have to be careful not to be too heavy-handed. We can't lose an arm or break a leg, and we can't kill a person. If we fight secretly, we have to be more assured. The pill department will definitely not come at night. But what I have here is a golden leaf. Who knows how many of them are blind? Then you can rest assured, little brother. You're new here, so you don't know what our brothers of the pill expanding hall are thinking. Your gold is tempting, but you can't spend it in the fragrant religion. Even if someone stealthily took your gold, where could he run to? Even if you have gold, you still need to be alive to spend it. Moreover, they still have a chance to win the gold from you in the next few days. Why would they do something stupid? Oh, and even if they want to do something stupid, the 10 great guardian deities won't agree, right?" After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua quite agreed. What he said was right, so she cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Bai, for sending me here. Be careful when you go back later. Don't trip in the bamboo forest." Bai Huan was timid. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, he would walk slowly by himself. Now, after hearing Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense, how could he move half a step? He looked outside, as if he had already seen the shadows in the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, "If Senior Brother Bai thinks it's too far, I can send you there. However, I have something to ask you." Bai Huan said happily, "What is it?" "Brother Ren, you can ask." Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. He smiled and said, "Forget it. Let's talk about it in a few days. I just want to know the situation of our fragrant cult." Bai Huan didn't doubt him and said, "It's okay, Brother Run. Anyone who comes here for the first time wants to know more. If you don't understand anything, just ask me." As he said, he looked at the darkness outside the door again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's go. As the host, I should also see the guest out." After seeing Bai Huan out of the bamboo forest and to a brighter place, Bai Huan left with gratitude. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, turned around, and slowly walked into the darkness. Then, with a twist of his waist, his figure disappeared. Alas, fortunately, Bai Huan didn't dare to look back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scared of the ground? When he came out of the ground, he was already in the small hut. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's divine awareness was suppressed, he couldn't escape far away. If he did, he would inevitably get lost. This short distance was still appropriate. No one had come to the small courtyard for a long time, and a lot of weeds had grown. The chi of heaven and earth in the fragrant cult was more abundant than in other places. These weeds also grew crazily. The 4 odd beasts didn't hesitate and directly ate in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua took the 2 bags and Prajna heavy sword from Huan's back and casually threw them on the floor of the small hut. Then he took out a dozen or so jade talismans from his money pouch and threw them in every corner of the small courtyard. Then he formed a hand seal and cast out a seal that he had recently learned, enveloping the entire small courtyard. After everything was settled, Zhang Xiaohua took out the green cattail hassock and put it on the ground. He sat down cross-legged. There was a lot of dust in the house. He didn't learn any cleaning techniques. It was better to wait for Chan Fengxiao to find someone to clean up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath for a moment. Then, he took out the small ring and the black jade slipped from his arms. Since he got these 2 things in the cave in the mountain stream, he hadn't looked at them carefully. Along the way, he was in the carriage with strong people. If he suddenly took out a strange thing, wouldn't it attract attention? Moreover, Lord Peacock of the Fragrant Cult was also in front of him. It would be even more inappropriate if he was discovered. So, he only put the two things in his arms and didn't check them. Actually, he wanted to keep the two things in his money bag. However, the black jade slip was easily kept in his money bag. No matter how hard he tried to keep the small ring, there was no reaction. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and the small ring in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua held the black jade slip in his hand and slowly immersed his divine sense into it. There was a fluctuation of energy from the jade slip, but this fluctuation was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. This jade slip seemed to have a restriction. When he used his divine sense to look at it, it was different from the restriction taught by Venerable Fire Dragon. There was a shadow of the rabbit talisman. But what if the thing in the rabbit talisman checked the restriction in the black jade slip? He was a loss again. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua used a few common methods to break the restriction, but to no avail. Then, he carefully placed the black jade slip into his coin pouch and picked up the small fiery red ring. The ring was very small, only as thick as a finger. It looked like the shape of a flame. It seemed to have a magical power that could attract people's attention and spirit. Zhang Xiaohua continued to immerse his divine sense into it. This ring seemed to be different from the black jade slip. It seemed to have a very complicated restriction, but it also seemed to have no restriction at all. However, the fluctuation of energy that it emitted had a desolate and distant feeling. Anyone who used their divine sense to scan it would know that this was a very unusual item. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not know how to break the restriction or how to use this ring. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua hated this kind of thing the most. Yes, it was the feeling of being able to look at something but not be able to eat it. He almost wanted to throw the ring away. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the first ring that he got. Didn't he also not know what it was? But it brought about an incredible change to him. Therefore, he was reluctant to throw it away. There was no precedent for a bracelet. Do you think that Zhang Xiaohua would throw away something that he got? Putting the small ring on the ground first, Zhang Xiaohua took off the mysterious bracelet from his left arm for the first time. However, this time, he clearly noticed that the bracelet that was attached to his arm could automatically change according to the thickness of his arm. It was very exaggerated to take off a fist that was much thicker than his arm. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head gently. Such an obvious anomaly. How could he not see it in the past? Fortunately, he only treated it as a treasure. If it was like what his mother said, he would not know where to throw it. Thinking of his discerning eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's little tail could not help but stick up again. Under the light, the bracelet was very dark. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be bits of starlight inside. This starlight was different from what he saw in the Meridian's nourishing pill. This starlight seemed to be little stars, glowing naturally. Zhang Xiaohua could actually faintly see some heavenly Tao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and released his divine sense, preparing to immerse it, he found that this bracelet did not even have the slightest fluctuation of primordial qi. It was completely no different from an ordinary object. What's going on here? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be surprised. Although the small bracelet did not let me understand it, it would at least give me some obscure and unfamiliar fluctuations. You, on the other hand, simply hid yourself and did not give me any thoughts. If I didn't know that all these years of encounters were related to this bracelet, that's not right. I also don't know if it is related to it. It's just that after seeing it, everything slowly changed. How would I know that this bracelet is extraordinary? At this moment, in his divine sense, the bracelet suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. It was different from the fluctuation of primordial qi. Please give me a monthly vote, recommendation vote. Chapter 537. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was helplessly looking at the bracelet in his hand, the bracelet actually emitted a slight fluctuation. This fluctuation was different from the elemental energy fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with previously. This kind of fluctuation was so still that it could be detected. Or rather, this was a real fluctuation, a kind of flickering that was similar to breathing, a kind of fluctuation that could be transmitted. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He was really a god, to be able to think of anything and everything would come to him. But immediately, he realized that it was already late at night and midnight was about to arrive. It was the time when he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I don't wear the bracelet, will I still be able to fall asleep? Once this thought appeared, it was like a seed that had touched water, unable to be stopped. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua bit his lips and placed the bracelet in front of him, together with the small ring. Then he took out 2 small elemental stones from his pocket and sat with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart, cultivating the carefree heart sutra. At first, the bracelet placed on the ground didn't have any movements, but when midnight came, that faint fluctuation suddenly became stronger, like a fishing net enveloping Zhang Xiaohua within. And Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating the carefree heart sutra, immediately began to flicker. The frequency of the fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation on the bracelet. At the same time, endless starlight shone from the night sky, no different from Zhang Xiaohua's usual cultivation. The only difference was that in the instant when the starlight shone, the bracelet on the ground suddenly disappeared. When the bracelet reappeared, it was tightly attached to Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, as if it had never been removed at all, and the small ring that was originally beside the bracelet was still there, without the slightest change. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw the sunlight shining into the room. His heart skipped a beat, and when he hurriedly looked at the ground, there was nothing there. His heart couldn't help but thump. He touched it with his right hand. Only then did he relax. But immediately he frowned. I remember clearly taking it off yesterday. It wasn't on my left arm. Then he rubbed his chin deep in thought. After a while, his brows relaxed, and he raised his eyes to look at the small ring on the ground. Reaching out, he picked it up and looked left and right, then looked left and right. Even so, he felt that it was impossible to put it on his right arm, and this small ring didn't seem to shrink by itself. But looking at his finger, it seemed to fit. It was quite suitable. Zhang Xiaohua, wearing it on his left hand. And wearing it on the left hand, it was quite suitable. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua raised his middle finger and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more it looked like a treasure. It to where it was better to wear it. After dealing with the 2 things, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and put away the jade ingots placed around the praying mat in the courtyard. Cough, cough. It was the ingot-shaped jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had refined. Only then did he walk out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Tianmu Peak was worthy of being one of the 19 peaks of Chuanxiang cult. The morning of Tianmu Peak was exceptionally beautiful. The green bamboo swayed, the green grass rose and fell, and the gentle breeze from the peak was incomparably fresh. The courtyard of Tuadan Hall was very close to the valley. It didn't take long to reach the edge of the mountain. Looking at the trees in the valley, and then looking at the distant white clouds and the dancing white cranes, it was almost as if he was in the realm of immortals. However, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at the towering peak above his head, he couldn't help but be a little expectant. How magnificent would the scenery above the sea of clouds be? Looking at the distant east where the sun was slowly rising, Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. 2 indistinct flames were quietly surging in his eyes. They seemed to be the reflection of a morning sun, but also seemed to be the real flame. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth. His stomach slightly deflated, and a little bit of fire-like essence came out and was directly sucked into his body. The flame in his eyes became clearer. In the mountain wind, on the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua smoothly finished practicing the fist of the North Star. Only then did he leisurely return to the courtyard. It was still early. Presumably, even if Chun Fengxiao were to come, it would be late in the morning. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat upright in the courtyard and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. On the way to the aroma cult, Zhang Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the cultivation concealment incantation of God traction. Now she had mastered it. In the process of entering the aroma cult, No one noticed anything unusual. Presumably, it was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua had been using this incantation since it didn't consume much vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended more than 10 rabbit talismans in the Mud Pill Palace. However, she still couldn't finish them in one go. She could only move forward step by step. Now, there was one more rooster talisman in the Mud Pill Palace. This was a talisman that could devour black gas. Needless to say, it was an extremely powerful talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy after comprehending only one talisman. She didn't dare to go deeper. It should be because her cultivation wasn't high enough. She had to wait until her cultivation was higher, then she could slowly start. The heavenly Tao was boundless. Zhang Xiaohua had only slightly comprehended it. Time flew by, and unknowingly, it was late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the sun in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrongly? Did Headmaster Chun and Wu Dalong have some changes last night? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have sensed something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. In the distance, wasn't Chun Fengxiao walking over with a middle-aged man in a white robe? When they got closer, Zhang Xiaohua went forward and cupped her hands. Headmaster Chun, I've been waiting for a long time. Chun Fengxiao smiled and returned the greeting. It's not that I didn't want to come. I wanted to visit you early in the morning and have a good chat with you. However, I couldn't come alone. I had to wait for an important person. As he spoke, he pointed and introduced, Come, Brother Ren. This is the think tank of our grass division. His surname is Chiu, and his name is Wei Chung. Don't be fooled by his name. Everything he does is successful. Zhang Xiaohua immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior Chiu. Chiu Wei Chung went forward and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. Brother Ren, don't be so courteous. Although it's the first time we've met, I've heard from Headmaster about what you did in the dining hall last night. It's really satisfying. Chun Fengxiao smiled. Junior Chiu wasn't at Tian Mu Peak last night. I was waiting for him to come back and tell him about what happened. That's why I came to have a good chat with you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Then he looked at the small courtyard behind him and said, Headmaster Chun, I just came to this courtyard last night. I didn't plan to use it. There's a lot of dust inside, and it's not suitable for guests. Chun Fengxiao slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Look at my head. I was so happy for little brother's arrival that I forgot about this matter. I presume little brother didn't have a good rest last night. I apologized to little brother here. After he finished, he bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let him bow and hurriedly supported him. Chun Fengxiao used all his strength and couldn't lower his head. She was slightly surprised and quickly got up. Chiu Wei Chung saw everything clearly. When he came back early in the morning, he was pulled aside by Chun Fengxiao and told him everything that happened last night. Chiu Wei Chung didn't care too much about it. After all, Cheng Shi was just a disciple with a little reputation in the Dan department. Masu was even worse. It wasn't that impressive to be able to deal with them. He thought that Chun Fengxiao was just coveting this kid's golden leaf. Now that he saw Chun Fengxiao's actions, it wasn't hypocritical at all. It was even more sincere than true feelings. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Headmaster Chun really values this young disciple? What's the background of this disciple? I've already sent people back to Bayou Peak to find out. I think there'll be news in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Chiu Wei Chung smiled and said, Headmaster Chun has a lot of things to do. I'm the one handling these trivial matters. It's no wonder he forgot. When we return, I'll ask them to come over. It won't take more than a moment to clean it up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's not Headmaster Chen's fault. I was reckless last night. I just wanted to find a quiet place. This place is quiet, but not many people live here. Anyway, I won't be staying here for long. There's no need to clean it up. Not only Chiu Wei Chung, but Chun Fengxiao was also stunned. He asked curiously, If you don't live here, where do you want to live? Don't tell me you want to go back to Bayou Peak? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Since the hall has assigned me to Tian Mu Peak, I naturally want to stay here. But isn't this place too far from the herb farm? It's very inconvenient to stay here. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Qiu Wei Cheng said, "Little brother, you don't have to worry about the planting. Headmaster Chen will arrange it. You could just stay here with peace of mind." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Tianmu Peak was under the influence of Chun Fengxiao and Wuzhou ruins. As long as she was useful to them, who would care if she was planting herbs or sleeping? Following this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sea of clouds above her head. She pointed to the mountain peak that she could not see and asked, "Headmaster Chun, do we have a herb farm at the mountain peak?" Chun Fengxiao naturally raised his head and answered in confusion, "Of course we do. The environment at the mountain peak is good and the herbs grow well. A few especially precious herbs can only grow at the mountain peak." Qiu Weiqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I have always liked peace and quiet. I don't like to be disturbed. If I can find a place at the mountain peak where I can live and plant herbs, wouldn't that be like a celestial life?" Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng looked at each other awkwardly and thought to themselves, "Little brother, we are not hall masters. You don't have to pretend in front of us. All the disciples who come to Tianmu Peak want to find a comfortable place to stay and live a carefree life. No one wants to do the tiring work of planting herbs. You, on the other hand, are good. We are giving you the leisure that others want and envy, but you still want to go to the mountain to plant herbs. Cough, cough. It's the peak of Tianmu Peak. That is a place that no one wants to go. Just a round trip would take half a day. Recommend me." Chapter 538. Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Chen couldn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions. Just like how Valley Headnia couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in the alchemy room and not the loft, Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng couldn't say anything and just casually said, "These matters are easy to settle. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Now is the time for our grass division to turn the tables. As long as this matter is settled, everything can be discussed." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down on the grass beside the cliff and smiled. "Since this is the case, I will listen to your instructions." When Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng saw this, they laughed and sat on the floor. They said, "I like how straightforward you are. Since you mentioned it, let's listen to Senior Qiu's explanation." Qiu Weicheng looked at Chun Fengxiao and said, "Brother Rin should know that Tianmu Peak is different from other peaks. It is jointly managed by the two divisions of our Pill Expanding Hall, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division. Even though we belong to the same Pill Expanding Hall, we are not brothers of the same division, and it is inevitable that there will be disagreements. Furthermore, the Pill Expanding Hall doesn't particularly care about our Tianmu Peak, and they would throw those who are difficult to discipline, rebellious, or those who aren't very promising to Tianmu Peak." As time passed, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division were constantly in conflict. After Head Master Chun and Wu Dalong stood out from their respective divisions, they slowly restrained the various brothers and gradually became harmonious. However, Brother Rin should know that there are all kinds of birds in the forest, not to mention the many brothers in Tianmu Peak. There will be conflicts every day. Even though these conflicts are temporarily suppressed, if they're not vented after a long time, it will inevitably lead to a bigger disaster. Furthermore, our Pill Expanding Hall brothers don't have much to do on a daily basis. Farming, refining pills, and living a peaceful life on Tianmu Peak is difficult to satisfy the brothers' growing needs for entertainment. Thus, Headmaster Chun and Wu Dalong represented the various brothers and started a gambling fight. Hearing this, Zhang Xiao understood and smiled. "So this gambling fight isn't just because of my rashness last night. I was thinking of apologizing to Headmaster Chun today for causing so much trouble for him." Chun Fengxiao waved his hand. Brother Rin's matter is just a good catalyst. Even without this catalyst, the gambling fight would still continue. Qiu Weicheng smiled and looked at the two and said, "It's just a normal gambling fight. It can say that in all the previous fights, the Alchemy Division was suppressed." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is that?" Yesterday, I saw that although the people of the Pill Division are strong, they are not much stronger than our Grass Division. It's just that our brothers are a little less unyielding. Furthermore, I feel that Headmaster Chen's martial arts should be stronger than that Wu Dalong's. Chiu Wei Chung smiled and said, Brother Ren sis, I can't win sis, head is, but is to be sis, to fight 2-3. Oh, right, Brother Ren only saw 2 normal people in the dining hall. The Alchemy Division's 10 Great Vajras and the Grass Division's 6 Great Luahans don't eat in the dining hall. Hee, with our status, how can we squeeze with them? Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. There's a special class everywhere, even Tianmu Peak. Different statuses have different treatment. Chen Fengxiao smiled and added, the key is that the Alchemy Division's medical apprentices specialize in planting herbs. They have nothing to do with martial arts. While the Alchemy Division's inner strength needs to be tested, at the very least, they need to have some strength. Hence, the Grass Division's foundation is weak, and we don't have enough reserves. Even our 6 Great Luahans were recruited from other peaks with great effort. Now that Brother Ren has joined us, I think Headmaster Chen won't have to worry about manpower anymore. Chiu Wei Chung smiled and said, Oh right, Brother Ren, let me ask you in more detail. How many opponents like Chang Shi can you handle? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, Last night, Headmaster Chen said that Chang Shi was the weakest of the 10 Great Vajras. If it's like him, I can handle 3. What? 3? Chen Fengxiao and Chiu Wei Chung looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Ren, last night was an accident. Chang Shi didn't think that you would really make a move, so he didn't take any precautions. If it was a real battle, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to him. Although Chang Shi is the weakest of the 10 Great Vajras, he's still experienced many battles and can't be underestimated. Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. With such an opponent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of 10 of them. He thought for a while and said hesitantly, Oh, since Headmaster Chen said so, I feel that I won't lose even if I manage to take on 3 of them. All right, will there be a one-on-one battle? Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, Unless there's a special request, there definitely won't be. Chiu Weiqing looked at Chen Fengxiao and asked, Since Brother Ren can take on 3 Chang Shi without losing, then your martial arts must be very high. It should be comparable to Headmaster Chen. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, If I were to take on 3 Chang Shi, I might lose. Junior Chiu thinks too highly of me. Then he thought for a while and said, Since little Brother Ren's martial arts are so high, then we have to change our plans slightly. Chiu Weiqing nodded and turned his head to ask, Brother Ren, there's something I have to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Senior Chiu, what's the matter? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high and you're so young. Why did you come to the fragrant religion to be a medicine boy? Oh, right, Brother Ren seems to have been chosen by the Rejuvenation Valley. You should have some relationship with Valley Hednia. I've already told Brother Ren about this. When we came here just now, we had already sent people back to Bayou Peak. As Chiu Wei Chung spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Chen Fengxiao. Before Zhang Xiaohua came to Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao had already told him that Chen Fengxiao had a lot of opinions about the Rejuvenation Valley and warned him to be careful. Now that Chiu Weiqing asked about this, he must want to tell him everything. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said to Chen Fengxiao, Before I answer your question, I would like to ask Headmaster Chen, why do you hate the Rejuvenation Valley so much? Is it because you were bullied in the Rejuvenation Valley that year? Based on my understanding of Valley Hednia, you may not know about this. Chiu Weiqing was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the Pill Expanding Hall yesterday and came to Tianmu Peak last night. He actually knew so much about Chen Fengxiao's hatred of the Rejuvenation Valley. There must be a reason behind this. To put it bluntly, it was a conspiracy. Chen Fengxiao snorted and said, In your mouth, he's Valley Head Nya, but in my mouth, he's ignorant Nya. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he snorted and narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, Headmaster Chen, no matter how Valley Head Nya treats you, that's your business. How you talk about him or scold him elsewhere, is also your business. But Valley Head Nye treats me well. If you speak rudely in front of me, then it's my business. I don't need to listen anymore. Chun Fengxiao was taken aback. This was truly the first time in many years that someone had spoken in such a manner in front of him. Moreover, it was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley whom he hated the most. His expression involuntarily changed, and his eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of him and did not retreat. She only looked at him indifferently without any expression in her eyes. When Xiao Wei Cheng saw this, he secretly complained in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua's background was unknown. Perhaps it was a trap waiting for Chun Fengxiao to step into it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua did not have any ill intentions, yes, that was all the more reason not to have internal strife. Therefore, Xiao Weicheng hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But at this moment, Chun Fengxiao's expression changed, and he laughed loudly. "Little brother, you're very kind. This is the first time someone has spoken well of Rejuvenation Valley in front of me. No matter, I feel that the enmity between me and Rejuvenation Valley is worth befriending based on little brother's magnanimity." Chun Fengxiao's words had already changed Rejuvenation Valley from Ye Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood and said with a smile, "Headkeeper Chun is also a straightforward person. I wonder why you haven't been able to let go of Rejuvenation Valley after all these years." When Chun Fengxiao heard this, he raised his head to look at the boundless sea of clouds in the sky and said, "Although many years have passed and you've understood many things, how can you let go so easily? The matter of being bullied at Rejuvenation Valley is only a small part of it." Then he slowly said, "When I was young, I was not a medicine boy at Rejuvenation Valley. My mother and I live in a mountain village far away from Worry City. Although our family was poor, it was very warm. When I was 6 years old, I met Rejuvenation Valley, who went to the mountain village to look for talented medicine boys. At that time, Commander Nye was still very young. When he saw me, he thought that my talent was very good and could be sent to the Church of Spreading Fragrance as a medicine boy. However, I was unwilling to leave my mother and did not agree to go to Rejuvenation Valley with him. Thus, Commander Nye deceived my mother and told her of many good prospects. He was even willing to bring my mother to Rejuvenation Valley to learn the art of medicinal herbs with me. How can my mother know so much? She only wanted me to have a good future. When she heard Commander Nye's extravagant words, she agreed to come with me to Rejuvenation Valley. Later, I became familiar with the other medicine boys at Rejuvenation Valley. I knew that as long as I went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, I would not be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, I did not agree and was unwilling to leave my mother. When my mother heard that I might not be able to return, she was also hesitant. However, at that time, Commander Nye deceived us. If we went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, as long as we did well and practiced martial arts, we would be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Although my mother was still reluctant, she didn't want me to lose this good opportunity to stand out. So, she nodded and agreed. Moreover, she severely punished me. She made me kneel in the courtyard and reflect on my mistakes. She didn't want me to have any bad thoughts anymore. Thus, I did my best to learn about medicinal herbs and wanted to perform well in the Church of Spreading Fragrance. However, when I arrived at the pill hall, I realized how difficult it was to leave the Church of Spreading Fragrance. From then on, I was never able to see my mother. Even once. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. Chapter 539. In the beginning, Chun Fengxiao spoke tirelessly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to others. But in the end, when he talked about her mother, he did not hide his feelings. There was a look in his eyes that made it difficult to look back on the past. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She thought of her mother who was far away in the Guizhuang house. Even if she successfully found her second brother, it would still be 2 years before she could leave the cult of fragrance. She did not know how worried her mother would be. Chun Fengxiao continued, "I was young at that time and believed the promise of the Rejuvenation Valley. I thought that with my intelligence and diligence, I could quickly leave the cult of fragrance. I was so stupid. I knew that there were not tens of thousands of medicine apprentices who left the Rejuvenation Valley, but who could return to the Rejuvenation Valley. I only thought that in this world, as long as you had the ability, everything would be fine. Who knew that not everyone in this world was born equal? I only knew that I had to first become an outer disciple to qualify for the assessment. As long as I passed the assessment, I would have the right to roam the Jianghu. So I farmed and practiced martial arts. But how could I know that martial arts were practiced from a young age? No matter how hard I worked, I could not catch up to the standard of an outer disciple. Moreover, I was homesick and my martial arts were not great. I wanted to pass the assessment. Who knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall? In the end, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to feel when she heard this. Valley Head Nye of the Rejuvenation Valley was really good to her. It was all thanks to Valley Head Nye that she was able to enter the cult of fragrance. But after all, no one was perfect. After hearing Chen Fengxiao's experience, Valley Head Nye did not do the right thing. Of course, from another perspective, to be able to become a medicine apprentice in the cult of fragrance, not only did she not have to worry about food and water, but she could also practice martial arts. For an orphan and a widow, it was an extremely bright future. Chen Fengxiao did not want this future. He only wanted to be with his mother. This kind of lawsuit, who could say for sure? When Xiu Wei Cheng saw that Chen Fengxiao had finished speaking, he asked, "Brother Ren, since Headmaster Chen has already explained the reason, shouldn't you say something too?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him. She only asked softly. Then there was no news of Yang Qin after that. Chen Fengxiao smiled bitterly. What news could there be? At first, I was still young and didn't carry much weight, so Yang Yao didn't pay any attention to me. I begged him countless times, wanting to know a little bit about my mother, but he didn't agree. He only said that it was the sect's rules, and he didn't dare to go against them. Later on, when I gained some reputation, I failed to become an outer disciple and refused to be disciplined by the hall, so I was sent to Tianmu Peak. Only then did that guy start to pay attention to me. He only brought me one piece of news, and that was about my mother, news that she died of depression. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Chen Fengxiao to say it. Otherwise, Chen Fengxiao wouldn't have vented his anger on Rejuvenation Valley. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, since Headmaster Chen didn't treat me as an outsider and told me the whole story, I naturally can't hide anything. Actually, Valley Head Nye and I aren't relatives. I only have some friendship with his daughter, Nye Qinyu. Of course, this friendship isn't what it looks like on the surface. You may have the opportunity to know about this tonight." What I need to say again is that I really won't get involved in the feud between Headmaster Chen and Rejuvenation Valley. I don't have the right to do so. I only came to the incense religion to learn more about alchemy and planting. Moreover, I have the same thoughts as Headmaster Chen in the past. I don't plan to stay in the incense religion forever. I will also walk the same path as Headmaster Chen in the past. Zhang Xiaohua came to the incense religion under the guise of Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law. Presumably, Yang Yao wanted to report to the Hall Master of Pill Expansion Hall. Chen Fengxiao had a certain amount of influence in the Pill Expansion Hall, so he should be able to find out a thing or two. She didn't need to hide it, but she wasn't a real son-in-law after all. She couldn't deny it either. She could only vaguely explain and express her attitude that she wouldn't get involved in the feud between Rejuvenation Valley and Chen Fengxiao. As for Zhang Xiaohua wanting to enter the outer sect and pass the test to return to Jianghu, that was something she would do in the future. She definitely couldn't hide it from others. Moreover, if Chen Fengxiao could break through the outer sect and return to Jianghu, why couldn't she, Zhang Xiaohua, do the same? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua made it clear. On the one hand, she wanted to tell Chen Fengxiao that she was just a passerby of the Pill Expansion Hall. She had no interest in his Tianmu Peak and didn't want to replace him to manage the grass division. She just wanted to farm peacefully, and he didn't need to worry about her. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Chen Fengxiao about her background and win his favor. She wanted to ask him for advice on breaking through the outer sect in the future. She even wanted to make use of Chun Fengxiao's influence to help her find her second brother. When Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng heard this short sentence, they were shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't explicitly state her relationship with Valley Head Nye, but since she pointed out Nye Qianyu, it was most likely related to love. They were all experienced people. How could they not know? What surprised them the most was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide it from them and told them her purpose in coming to the incense religion. It wasn't that there weren't people in Jianghu who wanted to go to a higher-level sect to study and practice, but there were absolutely no people who wanted to come to the incense religion. This was a path of no return. However, they immediately understood the mystery. Since it was Valley Head Nye's request, based on the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense religion, they might be able to make an exception. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was so young that she could compete with Chun Fengxiao. Others didn't know the strength of an outer sect disciple, but Chun Fengxiao was very clear. His martial arts were comparable to an ordinary outer sect disciple. If she was given a few more years to pass the outer sect examination and roam Jianghu, she would definitely be able to do it. Comparisons are odious. Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Chun Feng smiled and stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, then said sincerely, "Little brother, since you said so, then I'll also tell you. Last night, I thought about a lot of things and wanted to set you up. On the way here with junior brother Qiu, we were discussing how to deal with our relationship. Since little brother is so sincere, then I can't refuse. If little brother needs anything from me in the future, just say the word, and I will do my best to help." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Then I will thank Head Chen first. In the future, there will definitely be many things that I will need your help with." Chun Fengxiao waved his hand. "We are all brothers, don't be so polite." Only Qiu Wei Cheng frowned slightly. He looked at Chun Fengxiao and immediately put on a smile. "That's right, Brother Ren. In the future, if there is anything that you need, our Tian Mu Peaks Grass Department, Pill Department will be your support." Pill Department? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Qiu Wei Cheng smiled. "Brother Ren, you are weird. Actually, there's a lot of friction between the Pill Department and the Grass Department. But after all, they both belong to the Pill Expanding Hall. Regardless of whether it is Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras of the Pill Department, or the 6 Great Luohan of the Grass Department, they are all good brothers who failed to break into the outer sect under Head Chen's guidance." Okay. Chun Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "You make it sound like I am a hero. However, I am defeated by the outer sect disciples and cannot be compared to Lu Lihong. In the future, it will depend on little brother's performance." Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This was the second time he heard this name. He opened his mouth and was about to ask when Qiu Wei Cheng interrupted. "Head Chen is right. The new generation will replace the old. In the future, it will depend on little brother Ren." Chun Fengxiao smiled and nodded. "Forget it. Let's talk about serious matters. Junior Qiu, tell little brother about the current strength of the Pill Department and Grass Department so that he will know." Qiu Wei Cheng nodded in agreement. He cleared his throat and said, "The battle between the Grass Department and the Pill Department is usually attended by Head Chun, Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras, and the 6 Great Luohan. Because the Grass Department is not strong enough, sometimes we have to let the Grass Department disciples with average martial arts participate. Actually, just by looking at the number of people, we can see that the Grass Department is at a disadvantage. However, among the 18 people, only Head Chen's martial arts are better than theirs. The rest are of the same level." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "If there are only 7 rounds, we should be able to gain the upper hand." Qiu Wei Cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua unhappily and said, "If little brother Ren can think of it, the Pill Department will naturally be able to think of it too. However, in this battle between the Pill Department and the Grass Department, there has to be a winner in every round. Our brothers from the Grass Department were invited by Head Chun from other peaks. Furthermore, to be honest, their level of martial arts is not very good. The best of them is only around the middle level of the Pill Department. Therefore, in every battle, the pill department wins the most and we lose the most. Therefore, the pockets of our brothers from the grass department are empty. We don't even have any pills. Even when we eat in the dining hall, we can't stand straight. Chun Fengxiao smiled and said, if little brother Ren didn't go to the dining hall yesterday, you wouldn't have been bullied by Changshi from the pill department. No one from the grass department stood up for you. Xiao Wei Cheng continued, the good thing is that the number of people participating in the battle is fixed. However, the order of the battles is kept a secret. It is only announced before the start of each battle. Therefore, there are times when our disciples can win a few rounds. Zhang Xiao understood. It was because of this that the grass department was able to hold on, that the battle was interesting. Therefore, she asked, then for the battle this afternoon, what is Head Chen's plan? Chun Fengxiao smiled and said, isn't it because we want to see little brother Ren's level of martial arts? Only then can we make a decision and give the pill department a surprise. Zhang Xiao nodded and said, this is my first time here. I will listen to Head Chen's instructions. Everything can be discussed. Recommend me. Chapter 540. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chun Fengxiao was elated. He nodded and said, since you have said so, I will not decline. Please come closer. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and listened to Chun Fengxiao explain the arrangements in a low voice. After hearing Chun Fengxiao's arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua had a strange look on her face. She asked curiously, Head Chun, your arrangements are indeed marvelous, but yesterday Wu Dalong. Without waiting for Chun Fengxiao to speak, Xiao Wei Cheng interrupted, Head Chun, everyone says that I am the strategist of the grass division of Tianmu Peak. Only today did I know that you are the real brains of the grass division. The flattery brought Chun Fengxiao out of his gloominess, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Wei Cheng saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not quite understand. He smiled and said, little brother, think about it. Yesterday in the dining hall, although all the conflicts were caused by little brother, and Wu Dalong from the Dan department also pointed the spearhead of the bed at little brother, have you thought about it? If you were to fight against 10 of the Dan department's 10 great Vajras one by one, would you be willing? That is a tag team battle. Not to mention whether you are the strongest opponents, you would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and disagreed. That may not be the case. Each of these 10 people is worth 50 taels of gold. I can't wait for them to fight me together. Xiao Wei Cheng continued. Brother Ren is a disciple of the grass division and has entrusted Head Chun to arrange everything. Isn't this raising Brother Ren's matter to the grass division? Since it is a battle between the grass division and the pill division, Head Chun's arrangement is reasonable. Immediately, Zhang Xiao understood and gave a thumbs up. Head Chun is indeed amazing. I believe that Wu Dalong is racking his brains on who will fight in the afternoon. No. Chun Fengxiao shook his head and laughed. That is not racking his brains. That is being overwrought. Zhang Xiaohua and Xiao Wei Cheng heard and laughed. Yes. That's right. Usually, when the pill department and the grass department fought, the stakes were always pills. Although these things were hard currency, the pill department was in charge of refining pills. Wouldn't everyone have some pills in their hands? Even though he had won some herbs from the grass division, they were only materials for refining pills, so they weren't that attractive. But this time, the prize for the bet was actually a golden leaf. Not to mention going up on stage, just listening to it was enough to make him drool to the ground. When the 10 great guardian deities heard that the gambling match was going to start this afternoon and that Zhang Xiaohua was in a fight, they all came to Wu Dalong's hall early in the morning to fight for the opportunity to be the first to fight. Changshi opened his mouth and complained, Dalong, please give me a chance. You didn't see how miserable I was yesterday. Oh, right, my mouth is still swollen. The 50 taels of gold that I received was taken back by that brat. If you don't let me go up on stage and teach that brat a lesson, how can I swallow this? Wu Dalong was helpless. He stared at Changshi for a long time and said, weren't you beaten up badly enough yesterday? Why are you still thinking of getting beaten up today? Since you weren't a match for them yesterday, won't you be beaten up today? If you lost yesterday, then so be it. But today, you are representing the pill department. Can you do it? Cheng Shi patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Dalong. Yesterday was just an accident. I didn't expect that brat to dare to hit me. Those people from the grass department have always been bowing and scraping in the dining hall. Who knew that since we're going to fight today, I will do my best. I will definitely win glory for the pill department. Before he finished speaking, a person walked in and pulled him aside. He mocked, How is your martial arts? Why don't I know? If you can succeed, I will naturally have a better chance of beating that brat. Won't I have more confidence if I go up on stage? Don't you think so, Dalong? When Cheng Shi saw the person who came, he didn't dare to refute. He only said, Oh, Brother Gio is here? Didn't you go down the mountain yesterday? Why are you back so early today? Brother Gio saw Cheng Shi and said with a smile, Last night, I heard the news that you were beaten up. Which of the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department isn't a person who can do whatever he wants on Tiamu Peak? A brat from the grass department actually dared to touch a tiger's butt. How can Brother Gio not stand up for you? Just you wait and see how I deal with him. Cheng Shi's face was bitter. Didn't he come early in the morning to block the door of Wuzhou Ruins so that he could get the spot to go up on stage without anyone knowing? Since Brother Gio, who went out, had returned, there was no need to talk about the others. He could only turn his head and say, Dalong, since Brother Gio is willing to stand up for me, then I won't dare to snatch this opportunity from Brother Gio. But I was injured yesterday. The golden leaves that Brother Gio obtained. Can you consider giving me some? Before Wu Dalong could say anything, another voice came from outside the door. Brother Gio, you're wrong. Since it's a gambling fight, the prize should belong to the person who goes up on stage. As for your injuries, you can use elixirs to make up for them. The three of them raised their heads. The person who came in was Brother Gio of the 10 great guardian deities. Brother Gio looked at Brother Gio, and Cheng Shi cupped his hands and said, You two brothers are really early. I thought I was the first to come. When the two of them saw him come in, they naturally knew what was going on. They returned the greeting in a bad mood. Brother Gio said to Wuzhou Ruins, Dalong, the person for the gambling fight with that brat from the grass division hasn't been decided yet. If the two of them go up, how can it be safer than if I go up? You should let me go up. Looking at Brother Gio, who rushed over, Wuzhou Ruins' face was expressionless. He said weakly, Forget it. Don't argue for now. Let's discuss again when your brothers are here. Sure enough, not long after, the 10 great guardian deities of the pill division, who usually only appeared at noon, all appeared in the hall. The 10 of them looked at each other and chuckled. They didn't say anything else. They found chairs and sat down, quietly waiting for Wuzhou Ruins to speak. Just as Qin Fengxiao said, Wuzhou Ruins was indeed in a terrible fix. If they let Cheng Shi go up on stage, although it would be justified, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. The possibility of him being kicked out was higher. However, if they let the boss who had the greatest confidence go up on stage, the other 8 great guardian deities would also be dissatisfied. Nonsense. That was 50 taels of gold. It wasn't an ordinary elixir. Looking at the 10 great guardian deities sitting in 2 rows below him, then looking at the desire in their eyes and the enmity in their eyes, Wuzhou Ruins smiled bitterly. This Jin Zi is really a bastard. After thinking for a moment, Wuzhou Ruins couldn't think of a good idea. It was obvious that whoever went up would offend the others. He could only clear his throat and say, Brothers, I know why everyone is here today. There's no need to say anything. I can't tell who's going up and who's not. Let's do the same as before. Let's draw lots. Everyone looked at each other. The boss stood up first and said, Dalong, we used to draw lots. This is too unoriginal. Moreover, this kid from the grass division actually dared to slap our pill division on the face on his first day here. We must regain our face. In this first round, we must show our imposing manner, show our might, show our spirit. Therefore, I think that we must send someone who we have absolute confidence in. Only then can we let that kid know the power of our pill division. What do you think? Before Wuzhou Ruins could say anything, the second brother beside him was dissatisfied. He jumped out and said, Don't worry, big brother. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let second brother do this. I'm also very confident. Really, I've practiced a few special skills these few days. It's just nice to let that kid see how powerful I am. The boss smiled and said, second brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. This first round concerns the face of our pill division. Why don't you show me your special skills first, then we'll talk about going up on stage. How could second brother back down? He rolled up his sleeves and said, then let Dalong see who's the most suitable. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Wu Zhoushu shouted, sit down. I haven't finished speaking. What's the matter? Isn't it just 50 taels of gold? Look at all of you. You only have gold in your eyes. Don't you have brothers? Hee hee. The two of them laughed and sat down. Third brother and the others also wanted to speak. Wu Zhoushu quickly raised his hand and said, stop, all of you stop. Let me finish. Everyone could only sit down. Wu Zhoushu said, I know that everyone wants to contribute to our pill division. But after all, this first round is very important. I've already chosen someone who has absolute confidence in. Hearing this, the boss puffed out his chest and said, then let's do as Dalong says. I'll definitely support Dalong. Everyone shushed him. Wu Zhoushu said again, but since everyone wants to be the first to go on stage, and our pill division is very democratic, I've decided to draw lots for the first round. Seeing that everyone was about to speak again, he quickly waved his hand and said, but for this drawing of lots, we'll take the first round. We'll talk about the other 9 rounds separately. Everyone was stunned. Then they muttered in their hearts, what's the difference between this and taking all 10 rounds together? Seeing that no one spoke, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, since everyone doesn't object, then it's decided. However, there's one more thing. The first round's prize is 50 taels of gold. I know that some of us don't have enough elixirs. If it's a normal day, our pill division can help pay for it. But not today. If anyone doesn't have enough elixirs, say it now. Don't lose when the time comes and you can't take it out. A few of the 10 people were dumbfounded. In the past, they had the support of the pill division. Even if they didn't have enough elixirs, they could still go on stage. Today. But after a long while, no one withdrew. Wu Zhoushu could only say, Cheng Shi, you go and prepare the drawing of lots. Not long after, Cheng Shi brought the rolled-up paper and said, Dalong, there's only one with ink in it. Whoever draws it will get it. Okay. Wu Zhoushu took the paper and counted it carefully. He frowned and asked, why did you only draw 10 lots? Chapter 541. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Cheng Shi counted left and right and said, Delang, isn't it just 10 people? Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, since there are only 10 lots, that's good. Since old man had already fought with the grass division kid yesterday, let me have this chance. Furthermore, you are the one who drew the lots. If you continue to draw the lots, it will be hard to avoid suspicion. You could just stand aside and watch. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. No wonder the drawing of lots this time was different from the previous times. There was actually this layer of reason. When Cheng Shi heard this, he was very dissatisfied and muttered, Delang, you are competing with the people for benefits. This is not what a superior person would do. Wu Zhoushu smiled embarrassedly and said embarrassedly, the landlord doesn't have any extra food. Bang! With a few sounds, everyone fell from their chairs. Before they fell, they all had the same thought. Luckily, I came to find him. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate would have been taken by him alone. Not to mention that the people of the pill division were fighting until their heads were broken and bleeding because they were the first to fight against Zhang Xiaohua. Beside the cliff of Tianmu Peak, Chun Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng chatted with Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Then, Chun Fengxiao gave Qiu Wei Cheng a look. Qiu Wei Cheng knew that the headmaster had something private to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and said, I've talked with Brother Ren for half a day and also sat on the grass for half a day. Headmaster Chun, please accompany Brother Ren while I call the brothers over to clean up this small courtyard. No matter what Brother Ren thinks, he should still stay in this small courtyard for the next few days of the battle. After he finished speaking, he stood up and cupped his hands and left. After Qiu Wei-cheng had walked far away, Chun Feng smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He asked hesitantly, "Little brother, although you did not explicitly state your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but based on your martial arts and what you said yesterday, that you seem to know how to refine pills, I know that your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley must be very close. I believe what little brother said just now, that you will not care about my grudge with Rejuvenation Valley. However, I still want to ask, does little brother really know how to refine pills?" Zhang Xiaohua thought he wanted to ask about her relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but he suddenly changed the topic and asked if she knew how to refine pills. Connecting it to Chun Fengxiao's expression when he heard that she knew how to refine pills yesterday, she couldn't help but start. She asked curiously, "Is the art of refining pills very rare? Our Tianmu Peak has so many disciples from the pill department. Don't they all know how to concoct pills? They all know how to refine pills." Chun Feng sneered. "You think too highly of this group of disciples." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Aren't the disciples of the pill department supposed to refine pills? How can they not be? Chun Fengxiao looked at the white clouds in the distance and said disappointedly, "If they refine pills like Rejuvenation Valley, then some of them could be considered to know how to refine pills." You've also seen Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room? Chun Fengxiao was even more surprised than her. You're a medicine boy chosen by Rejuvenation Valley, but you don't even know this? Although the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley don't need to refine pills, they must know the steps of refining pills. However, they don't teach the specifics of how to do it. Thus, they must be in Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room to observe pill refining. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and didn't explain. Chun Fengxiao didn't pursue the matter and continued. "Anyway, I was filled with longing for pill refining back then. I thought that I could learn pill refining after coming to the Cult of Fragrance. Unfortunately, I only found out after coming here that only the disciples of the pill department in the Cult of Fragrance can come into contact with pill refining. We of the grass department can only grow medicinal herbs. We can't even enter the pill refining room." You can't even enter the pill refining room? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, that's right. Every disciple of the Cult of Fragrance has their own duties and is forbidden from secretly learning other disciples' things. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Tianmu Peak is Headmaster Chen's territory. I don't believe that Headmaster Chen hasn't even been to the pill refining room of the pill department." Chun Fengxiao didn't hide his smile and nodded. "That was my original plan. I wanted to secretly learn from the pill refining room of the pill department. However, when I saw the refining methods of the pill department's consecrators, I no longer wanted to learn pill refining from the disciples of the pill department." Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. She was already on the alert. "Let's talk about the pill refining methods of the pill department first. Not all of the disciples of the pill department on Tianmu Peak refine pills. Some clean and classify medicinal herbs, some refine pills. Only a small portion of them refine pills, clean medicinal herbs." Hearing this, Zhang Xiao understood a little. The pill department of the pill spreading hall seemed to have similar refining methods to the Rejuvenation Valley. That's right. Only a small portion of the disciples refine pills. Moreover, their refining methods are the same as the Rejuvenation Valleys. In addition to these disciples, there are several pill spreading halls consecrators. They were either eliminated from the intersex pill refining selection, or they were too old to be qualified for the intersex pill refining. Thus, they came to the pill spreading hall to enjoy their remaining years. However, their refining methods are beyond the reach of the Rejuvenation Valley. It is said to be the legendary true refining of pills. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought. It seems that the Cult of Fragrance is indeed powerful. I only learned the method of imitating vital qi from the Alliance of Righteous Sex after learning the method of enchanting finger from the Alliance of Righteous Sex. Presumably, the Cult of Fragrance also has this method. It's just that these consecrators don't accept disciples. I only saw it from afar and realized how shallow the refining methods of the pill department are. Thus, I gave up the idea of learning. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then the hard currency in the pill department is naturally, it's the pills refined by the consecrators. How can the pills refined by the pill department be used for circulation? Moreover, these consecrators are free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. If they don't have a good relationship with us, they may not be as comfortable as they are now. Thus, they are willing to turn a blind eye. Alas, although these consecrators are more powerful than the disciples of the pill department, their refining rate is still very low. They can't be compared to the intersex refining. I heard that the intersex refining rate is already 60%. Refining rate? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had seen this term in the Jade Slip before, but he had never understood it. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but ask. And that's right. The refining rate of the pill department consecrators is usually 30%. It's far from being comparable to the intersect disciples. Thus, we don't dare to cut off the flow. Oh, right, little brother, what's the refining rate? Chen Fengxiao didn't suspect anything and asked casually. Oh, it's only 10 to 20%. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to say too much. Since the refining rate was low, he could just continue. Chen Fengxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, it's already not bad. Very good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. Only now did he understand that Chen Fengxiao was testing him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Headmaster Chun has good intentions. How do you know that I can refine pills like the consecrators of the pill department? Ha ha. Chen Fengxiao seemed to be very happy. He said, last night, little brother said that you can refine pills. I've been thinking about it. Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Shui has been trying to understand the secrets of the ancient refining method for decades. This guy is extremely intelligent and won't give up until he achieves his goal. He must have already caused some trouble. Moreover, little brother's martial arts is exactly what the ancient refining method requires. Thus, I took the risk to try. Zhang Xiaohua secretly cursed. He only said, Headmaster Chun has seen through me. I only said that I can use water to refine pills. Who knew that Headmaster Chun has discerning eyes? I can't hide it from you. Ha ha. Chen Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, this is our grass department secret. Remember, little brother, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, there will be trouble that you can't imagine. Zhang Xiaohua thought, what kind of trouble can there be? It's just letting the upper echelons of the pill hall know and moving me from Tianmu Peak to Bayou Peak. You won't be able to get any benefits. However, if I go to Bayou Peak, won't I become the focus of everyone's attention? Not to mention that I have to refine pills for the pill hall every day. I can't even fill my own pockets. Who has the patience to work for them? Furthermore, at that time, won't I be watched closely? Even if I want to look for second brother, it won't be possible. Since you want to keep it a secret and keep me at Tianmu Peak, don't you know that I also want to keep it a secret and use Tianmu Peak as a cover? Aren't we thinking of the same thing? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm most afraid of trouble. Headmaster Chun, please bear with me. Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Little brother, don't worry. Since you want to stay at Tianmu Peak, I will do my best to satisfy your request. I won't let you regret your choice today. As they were talking, Chiu Wei Cheng brought over 10 strong disciples and gave them some instructions. He then let them go to the small courtyard and walked to the cliff. He cupped his hands and said, Little brother, there's nothing important in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, just some gold leaves. Nothing else. Ha ha. Chen Fengxiao and Chiu Wei Cheng both laughed and said, these gold leaves will cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, how would I know that someone would take my bag? If there's anyone to blame, it's Cheng Shi. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, little brother, don't be too nervous. With me here at Tianmu Peak, they won't dare to do anything ugly. At most, they'll use a bet to lure you to lose the gold leaves to them. Then I'm relieved. Just this bet, I'll take the gold leaves. Even if there are more in the future, just the pills will be enough. Ha ha. Chen Fengxiao smiled and looked at Chiu Wei Cheng and said, okay, The matter has been explained clearly. Little brother, you should prepare. Although you don't have to fight in the afternoon, you should rest well and put on a show for them. Qiu Wei Cheng cupped his hands and said, then we'll take our leave. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, after the two of you leave, I'll stay here and watch the clouds rise and fall. Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng walked very far away. Qiu Wei Cheng turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already out of sight. He frowned and said, Headmaster Chen, why is this guy not being honest? You've already told him the truth. Why is he still hiding it? Is there something fishy going on? Chen Fengxiao also laughed coldly and said, since he's come to our Tianmu Peak, even if he's a strong dragon, we'll turn him into a loach. No matter what his background is, he's just a relative of that old man Ye. From his tone, he's probably in cahoots with that old man Ye's daughter. Haha, we've dealt with more than 1 or 2 people from Rejuvenation Valley. Today, we've finally caught a big fish. Please vote, vote, vote. If you want to know what's going to happen, please go to www.chijian.com and read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 542. Qiu Wei Cheng smacked his lips and laughed. Yes, head leader Chun, this is a few hundred taels of gold leaves. Even I am envious of it. Chun Feng laughed coldly. Gold leaves are just pleasing to the eye, but what use do they have in the incense order? Even if I give you all the gold leaves, will you be able to sleep at night? This. Qiu Wei Cheng did not know how to answer, but he was still unwilling. This is hard to say. If I did not know, then so be it. But now that I know, I can't get a share of it. Does head leader Chen not want to get a share? Chun Feng laughed and waved his hand. We are all brothers of the grass division. How do you expect me to do it? Let's see the news from the pill spreading hall first. Also, let's see how this guy's martial arts are. It seems that head leader Chun does not believe this guy's words. Believe? That's strange. Chun Feng laughed and curled his lips. He is just a young man in his teens, and not from any famous sect. Who knows better than me what the people of Rejuvenation Valley are like? Even that old man, may not be my match. How can he be my match? I can only fend off 2 Chang, sure, but he can deal with 3. He's really bragging without fear of losing his teeth. You are wise, head leader. However, since he is able to deal with 2 Chang Shurs, he could be considered as one of the top few in our Tianmu Peak. Therefore, he is still useful. Let him stay here for a while. After a long time, we will find out more about him. All right, let's do as head leader says. Let's discuss the order of the battle. Well, actually, there's nothing much to say. The pill department will definitely send a Jin gang to fight. Let's just do as we discussed when we came here. I want to see how good he is. Anyway, we'll arrange 3 gambling fights for this guy. This way, we can cover Wu Dalong's mouth. Head leader, aren't 3 battles too many? Even you can only fight 3 rounds at most. Normally, 2 rounds are enough. Chen Feng laughed and waved his hand. No problem. Didn't that guy say he can handle 3? Cheng, sure. 3 battles are just right. Then which match should we bet on? Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm betting on this guy for the first round. I don't have any confidence in the other 2 rounds, so don't bet. Let the brothers play. Oh, I know. The 2 of them slowly walked into the courtyard as they talked. As they walked further and further away, a head suddenly appeared under a tree. He looked at them from afar and was a little confused. Which match? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua returned to the side of the cliff and gazed at the misty mountain range. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Chun Fengxiao looks very straightforward on the surface, as if he's very concerned about me, but he's still secretly on his guard. He even has some intentions of controlling me. Isn't it just concocting pills? I'll just concoct pills for you. Why would I be afraid of you? Not to mention the 3 of you. Even if all of you came, wouldn't this young master still move a few more times? I like to see what powerful means you have that can surprise me. Not long after, a few disciples who were cleaning up the courtyard came over and asked her to check. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it. and waved her hand to let them go. The dozen or so disciples didn't feel unhappy. Their eyes were full of envy when they looked at those people, as if their treatment made them jealous. Returning to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the courtyard under the warm sunlight. Immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the way of heaven, it was only at this moment that she felt that her life hadn't been lost in vain. In the blink of an eye, the sun had already risen. Sitting in the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and saw Bai Huan walking over from outside the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and got up to return to the house. She sat on the chair and waited for the arrival of this senior brother Bai. Not long after, she heard Bai Huan shouting outside, "Junior brother Ren, are you in the courtyard?" Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, "Yes, senior brother Bai. Come in. Why are you so polite?" Bai Huan entered the courtyard and said, "Junior brother, you don't know." In the morning, Headmaster Chun had already announced to the brothers of the Grass Division that if you don't agree, you can't enter this small courtyard. I don't want to be polite with you, but I can't not listen to Headmaster's arrangements. Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and smiled. I see. Then I'll have to trouble you to shout before you come in. It's nothing, Bai Huan said, looking around. Junior brother, I don't want to criticize you, but what's so good about this place? It's so far away from anywhere. Why don't you move back and live with us? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, It's just a temporary residence. Let's talk about it later. That's right. I knew Headmaster wouldn't leave you here. This place is quiet during the day, but at night, it's... Then, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, I also know that you're here for the safety of the Golden Leaf. After this battle, I'm sure no one will have any ideas about the Golden Leaf anymore, right? How would I know that? Maybe there will be more people. Ahem, Junior Brother Ren, let's not talk too much. Headmaster asked me to call you. The battle is about to start, and they're waiting for you. All right, you still have to bring this bag with you. After saying that, he looked at the big bag on the table with great envy. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this big bag was Chun Fengxiao's bait. How could she not take it? So she walked to the front, picked it up, and said, Senior Brother Bai, please lead the way. The place of the battle seemed not to be in the yard. Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua to walk along the mountain road outside the yard. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and could not help asking, Senior Brother Bai, I have something to ask. Bai Huan asked curiously, What's the matter? You wanted to ask yesterday. Just say it. Zhang Xiaohua said, I want to ask Senior Brother Bai, what is the meaning of the elixir success rate? Bai Huan asked curiously. The elixir success rate is used by the elixir department to refine elixirs. How do you know it? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly. In the morning, Headmaster said that the elixir success rate of several executives of the elixir department was extremely high. I didn't quite understand and didn't dare to ask more. Senior Brother Bai, you've been in our pill expanding hall for many years, so you naturally know it. Of course, there's nothing in this pill expanding hall that I don't know. Bai Huan said proudly. As the name suggests, the elixir success rate is the probability of refining elixirs successfully. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, Is there a time when refining elixirs is unsuccessful? Of course, the most important thing in refining elixirs is to control the temperature of the furnace. If you're not careful, all the herbs in the furnace will turn into ashes. Moreover, the time of adding the herbs and the proportion of the mixture will also affect the refining of the elixir. Many times, the elixir produced will have no effect or very poor effect, which is also a failure. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua looked thoughtful and said to herself, It turns out that the executives of the pill expanding hall only have a 50% chance of success when refining elixirs. I haven't failed yet. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail was raised quietly again. Then, what about the disciples of our elixir department? Their elixir success rate? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again. Humph, Bai Huan snorted and said, They don't have any elixir success rate. Look at their arrogant faces They think that only the elixir department can refine elixirs in the whole pill-expanding hall. They just boil the elixirs. Even I can do it. Who can't? That's right. I didn't like them when I came to the dining room yesterday. They all had their noses in the air. Our brothers of the grass department are more low-key. They're the real capable ones. Zhang Xiaohua's little flattery made by Huan feel very comfortable. She increasingly felt that this little junior brother was pleasing to the eye. As expected, the place of the gambling fight was not in the yard, but on another vast lawn. At this moment, hundreds of people were sitting on the lawn. They were divided into two groups and surrounded the open space in the middle. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the whole messy place immediately became silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. Ahem, no, they were staring at the huge bag in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously wrapped her arms around the bag and held it in her arms. At this time, everyone reluctantly moved their eyes away and whispered to each other in an instant. Bai Huan familiarly led Zhang Xiaohua to the left side of the open space. There were already a few people who looked very strong sitting on the ground casually. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they didn't get up. Bai Huan had to take Zhang Xiaohua to them and introduce them to Zhang Xiaohua one by one. They were the 6 great arhits of the grass department. Those people looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua also snorted a few times and just nodded like them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, several so-called arhits frowned slightly and expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Bai Huan panicked and quietly poked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and just pretended not to see it. Bai Huan had no choice but to point to the few people in the front row and introduce them one by one. They were the 10 great guardian warriors of the pill department. Among them, Cheng Shi was half squatting there with gritted teeth. He was holding a huge dog's tail grass in his hand and biting it fiercely, as if he could vent the anger in his chest by doing so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to ask Bai Huan when she saw Chun Fengxiao, Qiu Weicheng, and Wu Zhoushu in the distance accompanying 5 hale and hearty old men with white hair and beards walking over. Seeing them appear, the disciples who were sitting casually on the ground all stood up and stood there in an orderly manner to welcome their arrival. These are the 5 consecrators of our pill spreading hall on Tianmu Peak. They have all been in the inner sanctum before and can be considered the most respected people on Tianmu Peak. All the gambling fights are decided by them. Bai Huan moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua and whispered in her ear. The 5 consecrators, accompanied by Chun Fengxiao and the other 2, walked to the 5 tables on the empty ground. They did not stand on ceremony and sat down skillfully. A few disciples had already served them fragrant tea. Then, Chun Fengxiao clasped his hands at the 5 consecrators and nodded at the Wuzhou ruins. He said loudly, "Brothers from the Grass Division and Pill Division, please take a seat. The battle officially begins." Chapter 543. When the disciples below the stage heard the announcement, they all jumped up and cheered loudly as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the front, jumped from the excitement and was instantly drowned in the sea of cheers. Looking at the disciples around her in a very terrifying manner, Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly. AI, people with no aspirations are truly pitiful. It's just a simple gambling fight, and they're already so happy. If there's a cheerleading squad, before she could form her thoughts, she saw a dozen or so disciples dressed in martial attire scurry out from the shadows. Some were empty-handed, some were holding swords, some were holding sabers, and a few were holding wooden sticks that were as tall as eyebrows. When they walked to different positions in the open space, they cupped their hands in salute to the surroundings. They were like entertainers in the Jianghu, performing a routine that looked impressive but was useless. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's train of thought stopped, and her mouth almost couldn't close. This gambling fight was a bit too gaudy. However, when she saw the acrobatic disciples, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the entertainer she'd saved in Lu Town called Chu Zhigao. This person seemed to know a bit about pills and had given her a shabby pill recipe that seemed to be recorded on silk. What was its name again? At that time, she'd only just come into contact with the art of pill refinement and didn't know the meaning behind it. She'd long forgotten the name of the pill and just casually tossed it into her clothes. Later, when she received the money pouch, she threw it into the space and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Now that she'd made some small progress in pill refinement, she should take it out and have a look when she had time. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. That's right, this Chu Zhigao seemed to live in Dragon Mountain. She'd never heard of this place before. She'd forgotten to ask Nye Qianyu when she was in Rejuvenation Valley. Otherwise, if she had time, she could pay a visit. Perhaps there would be some opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's hand couldn't help but touch the money pouch in her clothes. Not long after, the performers bowed and left the stage. The audience cheered again, but this cheering caused Zhang Xiaohua to look at them with disdain. Sai, why don't you read more books about medicinal herbs when you have nothing better to do? It's good to have some self-restraint. Wasting your youth here for no reason. It's so sad. At this moment, Wu Zhoushu gestured with his hands and raised his voice. All right, the highly anticipated battle between the Pill Division and the Grass Division of Tianmu Peak will now officially begin. Everyone, I believe everyone already knew this morning. Oh, perhaps many of the senior and junior brothers already received the news last night. This battle will not be the same as usual. Why do I say so? To be specific, there are two differences. First, the brothers of the Grass Division have new blood. Just yesterday, yes, to be specific, last night, the Grass Division gained a new fierce general. He is Ren Xiaoyao. Come, junior brother Ren, please rise and let the disciples admire your might. After he finished speaking, he gestured towards Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely helpless. This young master wants to keep a low profile. With your introduction, I still have to lower my head. Also, admire. Why does this phrase sound so awkward? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed to the surrounding disciples. Immediately, the Grass Division people cheered, while the Pill Division people booed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua sit down, Wu Zhoushu said again, yesterday, when junior brethren came, he had a good fight with our Pill Division's Cheng Shi. Of course, we are all hot-blooded men. We pay attention to the principle of no discord, no concord. Last night, although our Pill Division's Cheng Shi suffered a small loss at the hands of junior brother Ren, Cheng Shi has already told me in private. He said that junior brother Ren is a good brother, a true man. At the side, Cheng Shi had a toothache expression as he muttered in his heart, Delang is too good at deceiving people. When did I open my heart to him? When did I reach such a noble state? Good, the Grass Division and Pill Division disciples cheered. No one knew why the Pill Division disciples were cheering. Were they cheering for Zhang Xiaohua, for teaching Cheng Shi a lesson? Wu Zhoushu liked this kind of atmosphere very much. He straightened his 5-foot-tall body and took half a step forward. Yesterday, junior apprentice brother Ren said that he would let whoever let him eat vegetables eat vegetables. Whoever took his gold, he would let them have their gold back. I agree with this sentence wholeheartedly. Cheng Shi offended junior apprentice brother Ren yesterday. There is nothing to say. Bring it over. As he said this, he waved his hand at the disciples of the pill department. A disciple held a tray with a few jade bottles on it and handed it to Wu Zhoushu. Wu Zhoushu took it and showed it to everyone. He said, here is a bottle of blood-replenishing pill, blood-coagulating pill, small bone strengthening pill, and small bone congealing pill. Small bone congealing pill? Zhang Xiaohua was startled and thought, this name sounds very familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the pill recipe that Chu Zhigao gave her earlier? She was just wondering what kind of pill it was. Now that she heard it, it was really a coincidence. However, this was the small bone congealing pill. According to alchemy practice, it should be a replica of the bone congealing pill. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was frowning, Chun Feng, who was at the side, asked with a smile, Wu Daolong, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Wu Zhoushu seemed to have known that he would ask this question. He smiled and said, "Does Head Chen think that these 4 bottles of pills are not worth enough?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded. "That's right. Yesterday, my grass division's junior brother Rin asked for 50 taels of gold." Wah! Everyone below the stage was in an uproar. Although they had heard about the amount of gold yesterday, no one believed it. Some said it was only 5 taels of gold, while others said it was 50 taels of silver. In short, everyone felt that the 50 taels of gold was just a rumor. Now that they heard Head Chun and Wu Dalong talk about it face-to-face, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Wu Zhoushu was not surprised. He held up the plate with his left hand and said to everyone, "Junior brothers, look at this plate of mine. There are 5 bottles on it. That is to say, there's still a bottle of pills. What kind of pill is that? It can actually be compared to a few dozen taels of gold?" That's right. Those 4 bottles of pills, if estimated, are worth at most 10 taels of gold. I can't guess. When will our pill division be able to refine such a valuable pill? Chen Feng frowned. He was only an expert in medicinal herbs and only knew about pills. He really couldn't guess what Wu Dalong was selling in his gourd. He could only smile and say, "Dalong, don't keep us in suspense. Let me see a pill worth a few dozen taels of gold." Wu Zhoushu smiled proudly and said, "This last bottle contains our fragrance division's famous Yuhuandan pill." Uffed. Before Chen Feng could say anything, the consecrators sitting behind the table spat out the tea in their mouths. A few of them even stood up in surprise while coughing and said, "Dalong, where did you get the Yuhuandan pill?" Someone pointed at Wu Zhoushu and scolded, "You prodigal Dalong. This Yuhuandan pill is a sacred medicine for inner disciples to heal their injuries. How can it be exchanged with gold? How can you lose it to someone else?" Chun Feng's face also showed a strange expression, a rare look of greed in his eyes. Seeing everyone like this, Wu Zhoushu became even more arrogant and said loudly, "Consecrators, brothers, please don't be impatient. Let me finish. If it was the real Yuhuandan pill, I wouldn't be willing to take it out even if you gave me 100 taels of gold. Although this is a Yuhuandan pill, it's a wasted pill refined by an inner sect elder." Oh, I see. When the consecrators heard this, they sat down once again. They were all cursing in their hearts. "This scoundrel is bad. You should have said earlier that it's a cripple. You've even spat on your clothes. How uncultured." Chun Feng squinted his eyes and listened to Wu Zhoushu. Although this pill is wasted, it was refined by an inner sect elder after all. The herbs used are all full-grown and have sufficient healing effects. Even the herbs used are worth a few dozen taels of gold, right? Then he said to Chun Feng with a smile, "Head Chun, do you think these 5 bottles of pills are worth 50 taels of gold?" Chun Feng nodded and said, "Dalong's explanation means that even the 5 consecrators agree. I naturally have no objections." Wu Zhoushu smiled. "That's good. Come, let's invite Junior Brother in to come on stage and take away all these pills, lest you say that the disciples of the Dan department don't keep their words." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chun Feng, who nodded with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua went on stage and took all 5 bottles of pills. She put them in her arms and said, "Dalong is indeed a man of his word. The brothers of the Dan department are good brothers. Let's end yesterday's matter here." "Don't." Wu Zhoushu quickly stopped her. "Junior Brother Ren, this is just the beginning. It's too early to say that it's over." Chun Feng smiled and said, "Junior Brother Ren, you go down first. You'll know when you go on stage." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to herself, "This guy still wants to set a trap for Dalong at this time." Then she nodded and walked down. From the stage to the stage, Zhang Xiaohua felt countless gazes were like sharp swords, piercing into the jade bottle in her arms. Nonsense. This was the Yuhuandan pill. Although it was a waste, it was still a treasure. After Zhang Xiaohua left the stage, Wu Zhoushu said again, "That was the first difference. Next, I'll talk about the second difference. That is, in this gambling fight, the prize for the participants of the Dan department and the grass department is 50 taels of gold. It can only be more, not less." Wow, cheers and surprised voices filled the stage again. The gambling fight between the Dan department and the grass department of the Tianmu Peak had been going on for a long time. Usually the prize was just a few pills, and sometimes even some herbs. It was just for entertainment. Now that they heard Wu Zhoushu's words, how could they not be excited? It was as if everyone could see the dazzling 50 taels of gold in front of their eyes. Chen Feng and Xiu Wei Cheng stood beside Wu Zhoushu without any change in expression. It should have been discussed yesterday. The 5 consecrators beside them also frowned and looked at each other, not knowing if they should speak. At this time, the 5 feet tall Wu Zhoushu coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and said, "All right, I'll stop talking about the 2 changes. Next, I'll talk about the 4 great disciplines and the 9 precautions." Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Chapter 544. Wu Zhoushu's speech was like an old granny's foot-binding cloth, smelly and long, until all the disciples in the field were drowsy, and the 5 consecrators on the field were dozing off. Only then did he end. Wu Zhoushu said, "All right, my speech ends here. The rest of the time will be handed over to Head Master Chun." Immediately, the drowsy disciples below the field were energized. The 5 consecrators on the field immediately raised their heads and clapped at the same time, making Zhang Xiaohua confused. Weren't these people all asleep just now? Why were they still listening? Chun Fengxiao listened and said loudly, "Thank you, Wu Dalong, for your brilliant speech, explaining the importance and necessity of this gambling fight in detail. As for me, I don't plan to say much, but on initiative, I would like to add 2 points." Instantly, the disciples below the field returned to their drowsy state. The consecrators on the field also returned to their dozing state. Zhang Xiaohua also looked down and started to comprehend the rabbit talisman in her Naiwan palace. Not knowing how long had passed, Chun Fengxiao said, "All right, I will stop here. I wish this gambling fight a perfect, smooth, high-quality, high-value ending." All right. Everyone in the field returned to their lively and energetic state. Oh my, Zhang Xiao understood this time. These people were already used to it. Following that, Chun Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu looked at each other, and their eyes shrunk. They took out a brocade pouch, walked to one of the 5 consecrators, and handed the brocade pouch to that person. That old consecrator also stood up solemnly and stretched out his hand to receive it. Then Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu left the field and returned to the grass department and Dan department respectively. At this time, a disciple walked over from the side, holding a sealed box in his hand, and placed it on the table in front of the consecrator. The consecrator carefully placed the brocade pouch in the box, looked around, and laughed loudly. "The order of these 10 matches has been decided. Please place your bets." Bet? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Chen Fengxiao had already sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, "The prize of the gambling fight is taken out by the 2 participants. Whoever wins will naturally get the prize of the other. However, the disciples outside the field won't get any benefits. Therefore, they have to open a bet for them to take out their elixirs and choose which side to support. If the side they support loses, they won't get their elixirs back. If they win, they can get the elixirs of those who lose." Zhang Xiaohua understood a little, but she immediately asked curiously, "Boss Chun, there are so many people here. Won't it be troublesome to place a bet? Moreover, if I bet that the grass division will win, I will only bet 1 elixir, and the others bet that the pill division will win. Everyone will also bet 1 elixir. After the winner is decided, how will the elixirs be divided?" Chun Fengxiao pointed at the many disciples who were running around with cloth bags, paper, and brushes, and said, "Look, these are the disciples who are preparing to record and accept the elixirs. They are all very familiar with this, so there's no need to go through too much trouble. According to what Brother Ren said, if you win, you will win all of the other people's elixirs. However, if you lose, your elixir will be divided equally among the others. As for how to divide equally, we have a set of methods that have been used for a long time, and everyone is very convinced." Zhang Xiaohua understood that the eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. If she was the only one who bet to win, she would definitely lose, and the other people's investment would definitely result in very little results. At this time, looking at the many people who were running down the field, she quickly reached the end of the list of disciples. Presumably, they had finished counting the bets. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked softly, "But before the list of names for the battle is announced, we don't know who will be fighting who. How can we choose the contestant that we like?" Chun Fengxiao shrugged and said, "If it's not the grass division, then it's the pill division. There are only these two choices. It's up to the heavens." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that this was the only way. If they knew who would be fighting, they would know the level of their martial arts. How could anyone bet that they would definitely lose? Sure enough, after a disciple collected the detailed records of everyone's bets, he directly brought it to the field. Among the 5 consecrated elders, the leftmost one also picked up a small wooden box from the ground and solemnly kept the records. After closing the lid, he took out a lock from his chest and carefully locked it before placing it on the table. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Headmaster Chun, are these 5 old consecrated elders not going to bet?" Chun Fengxiao looked at the 5 solemn old consecrated elders on the stage and said with a smile, "They're the judges of the battle. Naturally, they can't affect the fairness of the battle because of their likes and dislikes. So, although they want to participate, they can't be allowed to. Of course, they will take a cut for every battle. Do you think they will work for free?" Zhang Xiaohua also chuckled and didn't say anything. Who would like to work for free? When all the preparations were in place, the entire field was silent. Everyone looked at the consecrated elder in the middle. Chun Fengxiao said in a low voice, "This consecrated elder's surname is Lei. He is the oldest among the 5 consecrated elders. His alchemy skills are also the best. So, our pill department and grass department unanimously elected him to be the main judge." Consecrator Lei took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and solemnly opened the small box in front of him. He picked up a brocade pouch and took out a slip of paper. After looking at it, he read aloud, "Dan Division's first disciple is Yao Ping." At this moment, a tall and sturdy person was picked out from the pill department's disciples. He walked into the field and walked a few steps as if he was demonstrating his power. He shook the muscles on his arms and then cast a provocative look in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. This look was like casting pearls before swine. Zhang Xiaohua turned and asked Chun Fengxiao, "Leader, who is this simple-minded, muscular man?" Chun Fengxiao looked at the pill department's rising momentum and then looked at Yao Ping, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He smiled and said, "This guy is the number 2 of the 10 great guardian deities. He has some skills. If you go against him, you have to be careful." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and frowned. "Leader, I suddenly thought of something. The pill department's 10 great guardian deities and our grass department's 6 great arhats. Are they ranked based on martial arts or age?" "Of course it's based on martial arts." Chiu Wei Chung did not wait for Chun Fengxiao to open his mouth and continued. "This Yao Ping used to be the eldest of the 9 great guardian deities. However, Zhou Shuming came and fought with him for 300 moves before Zhou Shuming defeated him and took the title of Great Guardian Deity. Yao Ping had to settle for 2nd place, and the other 8 deities were all ranked behind. Haha, only that Cheng Shi, who was originally called Honest, is worthy of his name. He is the 10th. Chun Fengxiao chuckled. "Our 6 great arhats are the same?" "Yes, most of them were poached from the other peaks of Tianmu Peak. They are all characters who are not willing to submit to others. How can they not compete? Little brother, now that you've come, you have the strength to fight for the title of Great Arhat. Look about 1 zhang to your left. The short and shrewd one is our grass division's Great Arhat, Lu Fengming. When he heard about your arrival, he didn't sleep well last night, afraid that you would challenge him." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he released his spiritual awareness and saw that Lu Fengming was looking at the stage. From time to time, the corner of his eyes slanted in his direction, as if he was observing him. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the point of arguing about the title of Great Arhat?" "Hee hee, little brother has just arrived at Tianmu Peak, so you don't know much. Although our Chuanxiang order is not in Jianghu, but the benefits of our disciples cannot be lacking. Although ordinary things like gold and silver have no use here, but pills and other things cannot be lacking. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be too busy? Tianmu Peak's ordinary disciples have the same treatment as ordinary disciples, but the Dan department's King Kong and Grass department's Arhut naturally have different treatment. Moreover, according to the ranking, the treatment is very different. If Lu Fengming's title of Great Arhut is taken by you, his daily expenses and pills will be much less. Do you think he won't argue with you? Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to Qiu Weicheng, Senior Qiu, I have a message for you to pass to Lu Fengming. Is it a challenge? Junior brother Run, if it is so, after this battle, let the head arrange it for you. With your martial arts, the title of Great Arhut will be yours. Yes, little brother. If you didn't tell me this morning, I was afraid that you would drive me away. Chun Feng said half-jokingly. It's not like that. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I want Senior Qiu to tell Lu Fengming that I will not fight with him for the title of Great Arhut. Even if it is any other Arhut, I will not fight for it. Why is that? Qiu Weicheng did not understand. Chun Feng smiled and said confidently, Is it because little brother disdains it? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, It's not because I disdain it. The specific reason, I think you will know after a while. Chun Feng smiled and looked at Qiu Weicheng. Both of them did not understand. At this time, Yao Ping of the Dan department had shown off enough. He stood on the empty ground and did not move. He got into a stance and quietly waited for his opponent to enter the arena. Lei Gongfeng saw that the atmosphere of the arena had been adjusted. He then stood up unhurriedly and opened the sealed box. He took out another brocade bag and took out a piece of paper. But when he saw the name written on it, he could not help but turn pale with fright. He immediately raised his head and looked at Chun Feng, who was below the arena. Chun Feng seemed to know about this situation. He met Lei Gongfeng's gaze and nodded slightly. After receiving Chun Feng's confirmation, Lei Gongfeng secretly sighed. He raised his head and looked at Wu Zhouxiu, who was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus, he cleared his throat and said loudly, The first disciple of the Grass department to fight is Lu Quan. What? Lu Quan? How can it be Lu Quan? Only the sixth of the 6 Arhats. Lu Quanhu is the weakest in the Grass department. Not only Wu Zhouxiu and Yao Ping, even the disciples of the Dan department and Grass department were holed up and shouting, Vote for me. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 545. When they heard that the first one to go on stage was not the popular figure of the Grass division, Zhang Xiaohua, the whole place was in an uproar. The most important thing was that the disciples who had bet on the Grass division were making a big fuss. Wasn't this cheating them? The second King Kong of the Pill division, Lu Fengming, versus the 6th Arhut of the Grass division, Lu Quan. How could the Grass division possibly win? Wu Zhouxiu also had a strange expression on his face. He walked up to the stage and asked loudly, Leader Chun, shouldn't you give our Pill division, oh no, give all of our disciples an explanation? Chun Fengxiao was not afraid at all. He walked up to the stage and said with a smile, Dalong, your request is too simple. Even if you didn't say it, I would have come up to explain. Then he raised his voice and said, I have discussed with Dalong yesterday to let our Grass division's Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, this is a bet between our Pill division and the Grass division. When we arrange for Junior Brother Ren to go on stage, we have to consider the overall effect and not just Junior Brother Ren's own interests. Dalong, please rest assured that Junior Brother Ren will definitely go on stage. The conditions that I have promised you will definitely be fulfilled. But, Wu Zhouxiu said but for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, the Grass division had agreed to let Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, the order of the battle wasn't like his own wishful thinking. Any battle would be fine. He remembered that when he told Qin Fengxiao about it, He didn't specify which battle it was. Then, Chun Feng smiled and faced the disciples of the pill and grass divisions. He cupped his hands and said, "Brothers, I'm sure everyone knows that the strength of the grass division is much weaker than that of the pill division. There's no need to hide this. Junior Brother Ren's participation will definitely allow the strength of the grass division to grow wings. The order of the battle has always been particular. I'm sure everyone knows this. Therefore, we've arranged for Junior Brother Ren to fight in the next round or the next round. Moreover, most importantly, our Junior Brother Ren will participate 3 times. Each time, the prize will be 50 taels of gold. This is the agreement between me and Wu Dalong, and it is also the agreement between Junior Brother Ren and the pill department. We will definitely fulfill the agreement. I believe, and you all must also believe, that with Junior Brother Ren's participation, the most important battle on Tianmu Peak will be even more attractive and interesting. Don't you think so?" Nonsense. Since the leader of the Grass Division had spoken, how could the disciples of the Grass Division not raise their hands in agreement? Immediately, everyone cheered. "Great. Exciting. We want exciting." When the disciples of the pill department saw that Wu Zhoushu didn't say anything, and then thought about the more exciting battles in the future, they were all eager to give it a try. After everyone had quieted down, Chun Feng turned his head and asked Consecrator Lei, "Old Consecrator Lei, may I ask if this arrangement violates the rules of the previous battle?" Consecrator Lei nodded and said, "Of course not. There are also 10 pieces of paper in the silk pouch. It's no different from before." Then, Chun Feng smiled and asked Wu Zhoushu, "What do you think, Dalong?" What could Wu Zhoushu say? Although he gritted his teeth in hatred, Chun Feng's words were reasonable and his actions were reasonable. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Fortunately, he didn't draw lots in the morning. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. Wu Zhoushu expressionlessly flicked his sleeves and retreated from the arena, sitting down casually. Chun Fengxiao also walked back to his original position. He waved his hand, and a short and agile man on his right flashed out from the crowd with a whoosh and jumped straight onto the field. It was the 6th Arhat of the Grass Sect, Lu Quan. Chun Feng walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and said, "Little brother, I'll let you go up 3 times without your consent. You don't have any complaints in your heart, do you?" "Complaints?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "You still have the nerve to say that. The one that the pill department wants to challenge is me, not the 6 great guardian deities of the Grass Division. You guys interfered for no reason and let me earn less pills. Of course, I have complaints." However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course not. Yesterday, little brother was the representative of the first master. How can I say irresponsible words now?" Chun Feng was very happy when he heard this and said, "Actually, Wu Dalong is just coveting little brother's golden leaves. He already gave little brother some pills just now. When little brother goes up later, as long as he wins the first round, even if he loses the next 2 rounds, it will still be a draw." I also thought of this, so I agreed to Wu Dalong's suggestion. This was also something that happened in the afternoon, so I didn't have time to inform little brother. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's just 3 rounds. If it really can't be done, I'll admit defeat." Actually, he had already calculated in his heart. 3 rounds meant that he could win 150 taels of gold. And it wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to the salary of a manservant in the Huanxi Manor for many years. However, he immediately thought of a question. "First Master, does this wager have to be taken out in advance for every battle?" Chun Feng pointed at the 2 people who were already fighting and said, "There's no need. Look at these 2 people. They're both going up first. After the battle, they'll hand over the wager. If there's any unfairness or if they refuse to hand over the wager, then we'll find the 5 judges to judge. Also, First Master, you've racked your brains to arrange the order of battle. Is there anything to say about whether the pill division or the grass division wins?" Chun Feng smiled and nodded. "That's right. Our Tianmu Peaks pill division and grass division have always been competing. We set the rules a long time ago. If the grass division and grass division each win 5 rounds, then no one will have to give the other any wager. But if the grass division wins 6 rounds and the pill division wins 4, then the pill division will have to give the grass division 20% of the wager. If the grass division wins 7 rounds and the pill division wins 3, then the pill division will have to give the grass division 40% of the wager. And so on and so forth until the grass division has to give the grass division all the wager. They've calculated it this way. This amount isn't small. Then Zhang Xiaohua looked at Lu Quan, who was already on the verge of collapsing, and said, "Looks like the grass division has lost quite a lot in the past." Chen Feng smiled and nodded. "That's right. We don't have enough manpower, and our martial arts are generally weaker than the pill divisions. Even if we use some strategies, we're always at a disadvantage." Then he smiled and said, "However, even though the wager in the past was not small, it's much smaller compared to this time. 10 battles, 50 taels of gold for each round. 20% is 100 taels of gold. Little brother, as long as you can win 2 rounds, the grass division will win back all the pills we've lost in the past." Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. He had originally thought that his little abacus was already quite good, but compared to Chen Fengxiao, it was really quite lacking. Of course, true knowledge comes from practice. If I haven't reached the height of the first master, how can I plan so many things and plan so meticulously? Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself. While they were talking, the battle in the arena had basically come to an end. The two of them were opponents who had fought for many years. The difference in their martial arts was obvious. Even though they were all from the same sect and couldn't casually use heavy blows, this short period of time was enough for Yao Ping to defeat Lu Quan. Yao Ping could be seen using the barbaric move, White Crane drying its wings and cleverly adding a sweeping kick to flip Lu Quan to the ground. Then he kicked him out of the arena. However, Yao Ping, who had won, wasn't very satisfied. Not only did he have an unfair advantage in the battle with Lu Quan, the wager of 50 taels of gold would definitely be greatly reduced. Not to mention that he wouldn't be able to get the golden leaf in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. He wouldn't even be able to get the ruined Yawandan pill either. He really dirted his good luck this morning. Yao Ping looked unhappily at the expressionless faces outside the arena and waved his fist provocatively. Only then did he leave the arena helplessly. Perhaps he could only think about it next time. But would it still be 50 taels of gold next time? Seeing that the battle had ended, Consecrated Lei stood up and loudly announced, "The first battle, Yao Ping of the Pill Division wins." Then he rushed into the arena and said, "The second battle is about to begin. Disciples, please place your bets." Just as he finished speaking, many disciples who were recording the battle entered the arena. This time, the disciples were very hesitant. They weren't as enthusiastic as before. Of course, there were still many rich disciples who chose to place their bets. After all the procedures were completed, Consecrated Lei took out the brocade pouch from a box. He took out a piece of paper and read, "The grass division's candidate for the second battle is Si Huinan." Then, from Chen Fengxiao's right-hand side, a slightly fat man jumped into the arena. Instantly, the pill division's Wu Zhouxiu's face turned pale. He stared at Chen Fengxiao in a daze and pretended to gnash his teeth. Zhang Xiaohua was about to ask when Consecrated Lei took out another piece of paper and shouted, "The pill division's candidate for the second battle is Su Anong." Instantly, the pill division's disciples were in an uproar. The grass division's disciples were excited. Qiu Wei Cheng explained in a low voice, "Brother Run, this Yi Huinan is our grass division's 4th Arhut. Su Anong is the pill division's 9th Arhut. Ha ha! Si Huinan's martial arts is slightly higher than Su Andong's. In the previous 10 battles, Si Huinan won 7 of them. The first master's foresight is really amazing. He had already guessed that if Brother Run were to fight, you would definitely not be able to fight in the second battle. We would definitely send the weakest Lu Quan to make up the numbers. They would then send Su Anong, who is just enough to win against Lu Quan. Not only would he win the battle, he would also save his energy. Thus, The first master did the opposite and sent Si Huinan, who just won against Su Enong. Zhang Xiaoan nodded and thought to himself. All of the pill department's arrangements were based on the fact that I was the first to appear. The grass department knew about the pill department's arrangements, so they feinted and let Lu Quan appear first, completely messing up the pill department's plans. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sure enough, with Chun Fengxiao's confidence and Wu Zhouxiu's unwillingness, the two of them fought for almost the time it took to eat a meal before the grass division won. Thank you. Calm. Chapter 546. It wasn't until Si Huinan barely defeated Su Anong that Zhang Xiaohua had a better understanding of the martial arts of the grass division. Si Huinan was ranked 4th in the grass division. He was only slightly stronger than Su Anong, who was ranked 9th in the Dan division. In other words, anyone in the top 5 of the 10 great guardian deities could easily tie or win against an opponent for the grass division. It could be seen how weak the grass division was on Tianmu Peak. It could also be understood why Chan Fengxiao was pleasantly surprised when he saw that his skills were not bad. It could also be understood why he protected him in every possible way in the dining hall and even offended Wu Dalong from the Dan division. Soon, the third battle also began with Lei Gongfeng's loud voice. This battle was even more shocking. The Dan division sent out the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming. As for the grass division, it was still not Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, it was Chun Fengxiao, the head Chun who surprised everyone. Hearing the names of the two people, Wu Dalong from the Dan division almost foamed at the mouth. He cried out weakly, "Head Chun, how can you be so shameless? You actually want to compete with the people?" Chun Fengxiao had already expected that Wu Zhouxiu would ask such a question. He shrugged helplessly and said innocently, "There's no other way. Dalong, you also know that a clever housewife can't cook without rice. There are only so many people in the grass division. If I don't rush to the front, how can I let my brothers rush to the front? At the crucial moment, I still have to let them see the power of an example. Furthermore, junior apprentice Brother Ren came all the way to our Tianmu Peak and must be exhausted. We can't possibly let him fight right from the start. That would make it seem as if I, as the first master, am not sympathetic towards my brother. Therefore, I can only fight this round." Wu Zhouxiu was speechless. Although the grass tribe had always been suppressed by the Dan tribe, why was there still the existence of this bet? One of the key factors was that Chun Fengxiao was the #1 expert of the Tianmu Peak. Even the 10 great Vajras were not his opponent. Even Wu Zhouxiu was slightly inferior to Chun Fengxiao. Therefore, the great Vajra Zhou Shuming, who was enough to shock all the Arhats of the grass tribe, was destined to die just like that. The outcome of this battle was already decided even without the need for a duel. The people on Tianmu Peak did not have much interest in watching the duel, but only Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to carefully observe the fists, kicks, and internal energy of these two famous figures on Tianmu Peak. By the time Chan Fengxiao defeated Zhou Shuming, she had already gained a deep understanding of their martial arts. That's all. Of course, this was understandable. After all, they were both people who had failed to become outer disciples. Even if they had practiced martial arts for many years, how could they enter the eyes of a Qi practitioner of the immortal path like Zhang Xiaohua? The next two duels were also boring. Under Chun Fengxiao's reasonable arrangements, the grass tribe's Wu Zicheng, who was ranked 5th, lost to the Dan tribe's Zhou Peng, who was ranked 3rd. The other duel was Great Arhat Lu Fengming, who defeated the Dan tribe's Wang Yanhai, who was ranked 4th. The difference in strength between these two duels was rather large. It did not take long for the victor to be decided. Consecrated Lei announced loudly, "This afternoon's duel will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Heads, please come over and seal the records." The disciples of the Dan tribe and the grass tribe all stood up. Chun Fengxiao, who had a proud face, and Wu Zhouxiu, who had a dispirited face, walked forward. They each took out a small and exquisite lock from their bosoms and locked the box in front of consecrated lay. The 5 consecrated elders of the Judgment Division took all the records and left first. After they left, the disciples dispersed. However, the expressions of the disciples of the 2 tribes were very similar to their heads. Some were full of interest and chatted cheerfully, as if they had just passed an extraordinary afternoon. On the other hand, the other side was listless. Even if they were whispering to each other, their voices were low. They had lost their drive. After the normal disciples had all left, Wu Zhoushu brought the 10 great arhats to Qin Fengxiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "Head Chun, you have played me so badly. In this afternoon, there were 5 duels, and you actually lost to junior brother in one. I don't even know what to say to you." Qin Fengxiao also brought Xiu Wei Cheng, Zhang Xiaohua, and the 6 great arhats to welcome him. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win. Thank you for letting me win. Wu Dalong, has your Dan tribe not won enough against our grass tribe? It wasn't easy for us to vent our anger, and you're so unhappy?" Wu Zhoushu shook his head and said, "If my Dan tribe's martial arts were not as good as your grass tribe's, then so be it. But it just so happened that your grass tribe took advantage of us." Without waiting for Wu Zhoushu to finish, Qin Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "Dalong, you're wrong. The best strategy is the best strategy. As long as the strategy is right, a weak army can also defeat a strong general. Forget it. I haven't seen you say this before. You only said it when Junior Brotherin came. However, the stakes of these 10 duels are really too big. You've really gotten it. To Dalong, it's just a drop in the ocean, isn't it? It's not even the end yet. Head Shin, are you so confident? There are still 5 duels tomorrow. My Dan tribe still has 5 brothers who have not fought yet. The outcome is still unknown." Wu Zhoushu retorted without holding back. Qin Fengxiao waved his hand indifferently. "The name list has already been given to consecrated lay. Neither you nor I can change it. Let's wait for tomorrow's duel." "Well said. Let's go. Junior brothers, we may be opponents on the duel, but we're still brothers off the duel. Let's go and have a few drinks?" "Sure. That's exactly what I was thinking. Junior Brotherin has just arrived and hasn't met all of you senior brothers yet. This is a good opportunity." "Drink?" Zhang Xiaohua's head hurt when she heard this. What was so good about that? It was unbearably spicy and smelled bad. She really wasn't interested. Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Qin Fengxiao's sleeve and bowed to the others. "Senior brothers, it's my first time here, so I should toast all of you. However, I'm still young and haven't drunk yet. I really don't like it. Moreover, the senior brothers of the Dan tribe must also know that the Great Master and Dalong have arranged 3 duels for me tomorrow. Each duel has a prize of 50 taels of gold. Do you think I won't feel burdened? Therefore, I won't accompany you. I'll go back early to rest and recover my energy. I'll seek advice from my senior brothers tomorrow. Moreover, I'll be living on Tianmu Peak in the future. We'll be together every day, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to drink. When I grow up, I'll properly toast all of you senior brothers. How about that?" Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao slapped his forehead and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He explained to Wu Zhoushu, "Dalong, we were in a hurry yesterday and didn't make it clear. Junior Brotherin is a medicine boy selected by Rejuvenation Valley. Don't look at his adult figure. He's still young. If he doesn't drink, then there's no need to force him." Zhang Xiaohua's reason was sufficient. Qin Fengxiao also defended her from his side. The people of the Dan tribe naturally couldn't force her. Thus, they let Xiu Wei Cheng send Zhang Xiaohua back. The others went to have fun. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard and didn't waste any time. She threw her bundle on the bed and took out a straw cattail hassock. She sat cross-legged and took out the medicinal pills that she had obtained from the Dan tribe in the afternoon. She carefully examined them. When she opened the corks of the 4 bottles of medicinal pills, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed her nostrils. With one sniff, she knew that they were top-notch medicinal pills. Unfortunately, when the smell landed in Zhang Xiaohua's nose, she had already labeled these medicinal pills as inferior. Zhang Xiaohua had refined the blood-replenishing pill before. She had only smelled it slightly before putting it down. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of the blood coagulation pill and the small bone strengthening pill. But after smelling the medicinal fragrance, she roughly knew what medicinal herbs were used to refine them. However, they were also ordinary medicinal pills, so she put them down. Only the small bone strengthening pill, because it was a replica of the bone strengthening pill, Zhang Xiaohua took a special look at it. However, just from looking at this medicinal pill, it didn't seem to be much different from the small bone strengthening pill. They were both medicinal pills used to treat bone injuries. As for the useless Yuhuandan pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even have the interest to open the bottle. She still had a bottle of the real Yuhuandan pill in her purse. How could she look at this useless medicinal pill? Moreover, this medicinal pill was useless. Even if she wanted to refine it, it would take a lot of effort. Not to mention that she didn't have the prescription of a Yuhuandan pill. After checking today's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua took out the purse. The first thing she needed to do was to put all the valuable golden leaves in the bag into the space. Of course, this was Nie Qinyu's kind intention. She couldn't ignore it. Then, she put the 5 bottles of medicinal pills together with the clothes and medicinal pills sent by Nie Qinyu in the bag again. Anyway, there were medicinal pills worth 50 taels of gold. Presumably, the golden leaves didn't need to show up in the future. After tidying up the golden leaves, Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula that he had long forgotten and left in the corner of his coin pouch. The prescription that Chu Zhigao gave to Zhang Xiaohua was very thin. It recorded a few prescriptions. The one at the very front was the prescription for the bone strengthening pill. Inside, it recorded the few main ingredients and supplementary ingredients needed for the bone strengthening pill, as well as the detailed steps to refine it. However, the name of the medicinal herbs was the name of an ancient medicinal herb. The steps to refine it were also close to the method of refining immortal pills. It must have been learned from the jade slips by the ancestors of the Dragon Mountain. Looking at the familiar refining method, Zhang Xiaohua understood that no matter what, the lineage of the Dragon Mountain would not be able to refine the real bone strengthening pill. It was no wonder that Chu Zhigao couldn't figure out the contents of the prescription and had to give it to her as a favor. In the prescription, the effects of the bone strengthening pill were described to be a little exaggerated. However, thinking about the medicinal paste that Chu Zhigao improved based on the prescription and the fact that the fragrant religion actually refined the imitation small bone strengthening pill based on the prescription, she knew that the prescription wasn't false. If the real bone strengthening pill could be refined, it might not be any worse than the Yuhuandan pill. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she could find the medicinal herbs needed to refine the bone strengthening pill on Tianmu Peak. She could only memorize the prescription first and think about it when she found the right medicinal herbs in the future. Putting away the prescription, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and began to cultivate. When the sky had turned dark and the moon had risen, Zhang Xiaohua's mind suddenly moved. She released her divine sense. Sure enough, outside the bamboo forest, she saw 2 people whispering about something. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 547. Under the faint starlight, Zhang Xiaohua could see clearly that it was Chun Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. The 2 were talking about something, and occasionally Wu Zhouxiu would gesticulate, as if he was objecting to something. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. These 2 were not talking in their own territory. Why did they run to the side of the bamboo forest? If it was a man and a woman, she could understand, but these 2 men... Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. Not long after, the 2 seemed to have reached some agreement. Wu Zhouxiu cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chun Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhouxiu's back and did not move. Only when Wu Zhouxiu was far away did he turn and walk towards Zhang Xiaohua's small courtyard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the slight smile on Chun Fengxiao's face. Retracting her divine sense, not long after, she heard the sound of Chun Fengxiao knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and pretended to be surprised. Smiling, she said, "Leader Chun, aren't you drinking with them? Why did you leave so early?" Chun Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "That group of brats, when they start drinking, they don't know where to start. How can they leave so early? I was just thinking about little brother's fight tomorrow, so I specially came to take a look." "Leader, thank you for your concern. It's nothing much. After watching the brothers fight today, I have more or less confidence." Chun Fengxiao's eyes lit up. "You're too kind. Little brother is now carrying the heavy responsibility of our grass division. If I don't show more concern, what will I do?" "That's right. After hearing little brother say that you have more confidence, how confident are you in tomorrow's fight?" Zhang Xiao didn't even need to think before he asked, "Shouldn't I be the one asking first master this question?" Chun Fengxiao was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Little brother is really smart. You immediately saw the subtleties. Haha, although our grass division will be able to wash away our shame this time, of course, at the very least, we will be able to win 20%. But this 20% is comparable to the earnings of the previous 10 fights. This is all thanks to little brother." Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips in amusement and said, "Don't. I can't contribute much. It's all first master's planning. I haven't even gone up to the stage, and you've already defeated Wu Dalong." "Heh." Chun Fengxiao did not hide his pride and said, "That was also because of little brother's deterrence yesterday. So, I still want to ask little brother about the situation. Don't let our grass division benefit, and let's not benefit." Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it. He was no longer the young and inexperienced youth who had just left the Guam Manor a few years ago. It was not as if he had never shown his martial arts before. Chun Fengxiao's words were only to express his concern for him. As for whether he would be able to gain any benefits or not, it was actually not something he was concerned about. And it could also be said that Chun Fengxiao had already estimated the areas where Zhang Xiaohua would be able to gain benefits. In the fight this afternoon, Wuzhou ruins had fallen into Chun Fengxiao's trap. He had sent out all the elites that he had confidence in. Those that could fight tomorrow, or those that could compete with Zhang Xiaohua, were not many. Under these circumstances, Chun Fengxiao did not believe that Zhang Xiaohua did not have some confidence. Zhang Xiaohua then said, "Headmaster Chun has arranged the plan so carefully. If little brother does not benefit from it, then it is little brother's own matter. I will not blame headmaster in my heart." Chun Fengxiao heard this and hurriedly waved his hand. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua had misunderstood his intentions. He said, "Actually, with little brother's martial arts, even if you fought this afternoon according to Wu Dalong's plan, you would still be able to win. I don't dare to say anything else, but I have some confidence in my ability to judge people. I also have other plans for this arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He frowned and said, "I asked for headmaster's advice." Chun Fengxiao thought for a while, then said tirelessly, "When I was young, my mother told me a story. A long, long time ago, there was a fool who did not know anything. He could not even distinguish copper coins from silver. Whenever someone threw a copper coin or a piece of silver, he only knew how to pick up the copper coin and never look at the silver. Thus, many people took pleasure in this and threw copper coins to him in front of others." Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. He smiled and said, "This child is really stupid. If it were me, I would have already put the silver in my bosom." Yes, the people in the village all said so, and they all enjoyed playing this game with him. It was not until this child grew up and suddenly disappeared from this village. Then, a few years later, he achieved great things in another village and returned to the village. Only then did the villagers realize that it was not that child who was stupid, but them. Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Why is that?" As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and said, "So that's why." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's quick reaction, Chun Fengxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, he immediately concealed it and said with a smile, "That's right. If that child was more like an ordinary person and could distinguish copper coins from silver, who would throw copper coins to him day after day to play with? If he picked up the silver in one go, How could he accumulate copper coins in the future? Headmaster Chun, you mean? Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood Chun Fengxiao's meaning. I think little brother already knows what I mean. Why don't I arrange for little brother to be the first to fight against the experts of the pill department? On one hand, I want to disrupt Wu Dalong's subordinates and win his elixirs. On the other hand, I don't want little brother to reveal his true strength at the beginning. I know little brother will have no problem taking down first and second King Kong. But what about after that? Not only will the battle lose a lot of suspense, but little brother will also lose a lot of benefits. Headmaster Chun, little brother does not understand what you mean. Concealing one's strength can naturally conceal one's strength and catch them off guard. However, the battle only seals the order. Others will not know who is fighting. What does this have to do with strength? Chun Fengxiao said with a smile. This is just a method of battle. Our Tian Mu Peak has other methods of battle for the grass department and pill department to choose from. For example, we can name names and so on. However, our grass department has always been at a disadvantage, so we do not dare to casually agree to these methods. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to himself, Wow, Headmaster Chun is indeed the headmaster. He thinks so far ahead. However, I have never planned to waste time on this battle. Why would I care about concealing one's strength? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your guidance, Headmaster. Little brother has never complained about Headmaster. Chun Fengxiao shook his head and said, Little brother still does not understand what I mean. Isn't it concealing one's strength? What I mean to say is, don't you have 3 matches tomorrow? I've already asked Wu Dalong about it. Although he didn't want to say anything, I can tell from his expression that the opponents in these 3 matches aren't very skilled. What I want to say is, little brother, don't go up and knock out the opponent's teeth. You should at least let the crowd watch the show and let the opponent feel that you're a little stronger than him, or that your martial arts are on par with his, and you're just lucky. Fainting, Headmaster, this seems to be quite difficult. Chun Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, Don't worry and do as I say. You will naturally know the benefits in the future. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and thought to himself, Anyway, it's fine as long as I don't lose. This is an elixir worth 50 taels of gold. I don't want to throw it away. After a moment of silence, Chun Fengxiao coughed and said, Little brother, this place is a little simple and crude. Are you used to it? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Headmaster is joking. I just slept last night. It's not that I am not used to it. Chun Fengxiao smiled awkwardly and said, Actually, I came to find little brother so late because I have something to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, What is so important? You could have just sent Senior Bai or Senior Chiu over. Why did you have to come personally? It's like this, little brother. I heard that you told Chiu Wei Cheng to tell Lu Feng and the others that you will not fight for the title of Arhut with them. I know that this is little brother's noble character and unquestionable integrity. But little brother, are you not going to participate in such battles in the future? Of course I will. Why don't you participate? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback and blurted out, thinking to himself, Nonsense. If you can get benefits without any effort, why wouldn't you participate? Although there may not be so much in the future, but flies are also meat. If I don't even pick up the copper coins, then I am an idiot. When Chun Fengxiao heard this, his face lit up and he said happily, Since little brother has replied like this, then my heart is at ease. To be honest, when you said that you're not going to fight for the title of Arhut, I thought that you were not interested in these battles. Just like those old consecrators, they're obviously greedy and want to fight, but because of their face, they're not willing to put down their status. They can only be the judges and watch us eat the meat while they drink the soup. Looks like little brother is not one to fish for fame. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Headmaster also does not have the title of Arhut. Aren't you also participating in the battles? When he heard this, Chun Fengxiao's face changed slightly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly said, Io, little brother's analogy is not quite right. Headmaster, don't worry. When this battle is over, I will go to the top of Tianmu Peak to find a secluded medicine field and concentrate on growing medicine. I will definitely not get involved in any of the matters of the grass division. Oh, that's right, this battle, you can arrange it. When the time comes, just call me. I will definitely not decline. When he heard this, Chun Fengxiao's face softened a little. He laughed and said, "Little brother, if you can help me, I will be more than happy. Why not let you be the second master? How about it?" "Don't. This famous title should be left to others." "That's right. I think senior brother Qiu is very suitable." Qiu Weicheng. Chun Fengxiao was stunned and said, "Little brother's suggestion is not bad. If one day junior brother Qiu becomes the second master, I will let him thank you personally." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say much. He was just joking. Who was the headmaster had nothing to do with him. After that, Chun Fengxiao kept his smile and said seriously, "Little brother, I came over so late because I have an important matter to discuss with you. Come." Chapter 548. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua almost scolded him. "You've been dawdling for an entire night. You've said comforting words and given me a picture. So it's just a prelude. Sigh, headmaster, do you have to be like this? Do you know that my time is very precious? Who knows how many mysteries of the heavenly Tao I've comprehended with just one rise and fall?" However, the mature Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, "Looks like it's a very important matter. Headmaster Chun, just say it. Although I've only been at Tianmu Peak for a day, your peerless leadership skills have already won me over. As long as Headmaster has something that doesn't make things difficult for you, I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for you." A sea of fire is not a problem. There's the fire escape technique. But a mountain of swords doesn't seem right. We have to find the gold escape technique first. Just listen to me first. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly. Chun Fengxiao looked a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, "Actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that it's a little hard to say." Looking at Chun Feng's bashful expression, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly moved a few inches away as if nothing had happened and said seriously, "This is not First Master's usual style. If you stomp your feet on Tianmu Peak, the entire peak will tremble. What's wrong with saying it out loud?" Qin Fengxiao thought for a while and said, "Sai, this is really embarrassing." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she suddenly understood and said softly, "Why? Headmaster Chun, did you find Wu Dalong of the pill department an eyesore? Do you want to teach him a lesson?" "Boss, I can't bring myself to say this, and it's quite embarrassing. However, it's normal. Their pill division has been suppressing our grass division for such a long time, and it's all because of you. Although this is a little difficult, and I might not be able to do it well, as long as boss asks, I'll definitely do it." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's resolute action, Qin Fengxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop, stop. Little brother, what are you thinking? I'm only here to ask you to give me that Yawandan pill." Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned this time. Yawandan pill? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, Qin Fengxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, I knew it. Little brother, just pretend I didn't say that." "Don't, boss, what are you doing? Isn't it just a ruined pill?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately put on a righteous appearance and patted his chest. Besides, this junior brother came to Tianmu Peak and caused trouble for the First Master, causing the First Master to worry endlessly. There will be a lot of things to do in the future. Although the First Master's request is somewhat difficult for this junior brother also needs this pill. But since the First Master has spoken, how can this junior brother let his words fall? Not to mention a ruined pill. Even if it's the real Yawandan pill, why can't I give it to Headmaster Chun? Oh, right. How does Headmaster Chun plan to let me sell this pill? Qin Fengxiao was smiling as he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's flattery. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and brought up how to sell the pill. He couldn't think straight and was stunned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things weren't good. She had flattered him too much. What if Qin Fengxiao didn't give a good price? Fortunately, Chun Fengxiao immediately realized and thought, this guy is realistic. However, he's from Rejuvenation Valley after all. How would he know the wonders of this Yuandan pill? Even if it's ruined, it's still a treasure. Therefore, Chun Fengxiao asked, then what do you think will make you sell this pill, little brother? This, Zhang Xiaowan muttered to herself. How could she know what Chun Fengxiao saw in this broken pill? She also didn't know what use this Yuandan pill had in the incense cult. She could only cup her hands and say, Headmaster, don't make things difficult for me. Just tell me what you think. As long as it's reasonable, I will definitely agree. She emphasized the word reasonable and believed that Chun Fengxiao would understand. Little brother, to be honest, our Tian Mu Peaks grass division has been struggling these past few years. I don't have any particularly rare pills here. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression change slightly, Chun Fengxiao immediately explained, however, don't worry, little brother. I can still take out something worth 50 taels of gold. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said generously, look at what the headmaster is saying. Even if you can't take out something of equivalent value, how can I not agree if you ask? It's good that little brother is in such a good mood. As the headmaster, how can I take advantage of little brother? It's just that Wu Dalong suddenly took out this jade rejuvenation pill in the afternoon, which caught me off guard. So, I took advantage of the fact that the banquet hasn't ended yet to inform you. I haven't prepared the specific pill yet. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked in confusion, if the Yuandan pill is so important, why would Wu Dalong take it out as a prize? Moreover, it's not a prize for the battle, but a reward for me. Headmaster, don't you think this is strange? Chun Fengxiao nodded and said, that's right. Chun Fengxiao also nodded and said, that's right. To tell you the truth, Wu Dalong also came out of the banquet just now. He also came to look for you. I asked him about it on the way here, and he also said that it was for this jade rejuvenation pill. But no matter how I asked him, since he valued it so much, why did he take it out as a prize? He just wouldn't tell me. However, judging from his remorseful look, he must have used this jade rejuvenation pill as bait to force you to take out the golden leaf as the prize. I see. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. He was too smart for his own good. He thought he could win the Yuandan pill back in the first round, but he fell into Head's trap. He could only wait until tomorrow to win the Yuandan pill back. However, he obviously wasn't confident tomorrow, so he thought of coming to discuss with me tonight. Chun Fengxiao nodded and said, I think so. However, little brother, don't worry. I've already sent him away. Since the Yuandan pill has fallen into the hands of the grass division, we naturally have the right to speak. How could he have the right to speak? Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. She understood the argument between the two in the bamboo forest earlier. Chun Fengxiao continued, blood replenishing pill, blood coagulation pill, small bone congealing pill, and small bone strengthening pill. Each bottle is worth 10 taels of gold. One Yuandan pill is worth 40 taels of gold. Little brother, I have 15 bottles of pills that are similar to the ones mentioned above. I'll use them to exchange for your Yuandan pill. What do you think? Oh, of course, if little brother agrees, you can keep the Yuandan pill first. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring those pills over to you. Hearing this condition, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly disappointed. She frowned and said, Head's condition is so good. How can little brother not agree? But why don't you use gold to exchange for it? Cheng sure, and the others don't have it. Don't tell me you don't have it too. This, I don't have it. Chun Fengxiao didn't leave any room for negotiation. He said, gold and silver are basically useless in the fragrance division. Only the hall leaders have the channels to obtain them. I'm just a small steward. How can I have it? If I had it, Wu Dalong would have it even more. He wouldn't have taken out this Yuandan pill. But what use do I have for so many broken pills? Zhang Xiaohua secretly muttered. Then her eyes lit up. She said with a smile, Head, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Chun Fengxiao was quite interested. He asked, Little brother, quickly say it. Head, as you can see, I have some pills in my bag. Today, Wu Dalong also lost some. If you give more than 10 bottles of pills, won't it be too much? To be honest, I don't need them. Why don't you see if you have any thousand-year-old medicinal herbs? What do you think about exchanging them? Thousand-year-old medicinal herbs. When Chen Fengxiao heard this, he almost stood up in fright. He said in his heart, "It's easy for you to say that. Thousand-year-old medicinal herbs, you dare to say that." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Chen Fengxiao said with a bitter smile, "Little brother, you're new here and don't know. Although our grass department specializes in growing medicinal herbs, but we only grow ordinary ones. Even if there are some rare herbs, we have a record of them. How can you and I get our hands on them? Not to mention thousand-year-old medicinal herbs, even hundred-year-old ones are rare. So it's like this." Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said, "Our Tianmu Peak doesn't have any, but the 19 peaks of the fragrance division are so big. Who can guarantee that there aren't hundreds and thousands of years old medicinal herbs? Maybe one of the senior brothers has such a medicinal herb?" Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "Although the fragrance division is vast, there are also many wild medicinal herbs. There are even many places that are rarely visited. Maybe there are medicinal herbs that little brother is talking about. However, our grass department brothers' martial arts are weak and their lightness skills are even worse. Even the outer disciples can't easily enter those places, let alone our brothers of the pill expanding hall." Those places? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He really wanted to ask where it was from, but then Chen Feng smiled and said tentatively, "Little brother, if you can give me an age limit, for example, 50 to 60 years old, maybe I can look for it." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua was happy in her heart, but still frowned and said, "If it's difficult for head, 50 to 60 years old medicinal herbs are also fine. However, do you think Wu Dalong of the pill department has 100-year-old medicinal herbs?" Chen Fengxiao listened with a displeased face. "Little brother is a brother of our grass department. How can you help an outsider?" "Of course not." Little brother was just curious and asked Wu Dalong if he had it. "Since Head has taken a fancy to this pill, of course I won't give it to Wu Dalong. Please don't worry about this." "Well, little brother, keep the Yawandan pill first. Remember, no matter who comes, don't sell it. Just tell them that you're keeping it for me. I'll go back and take a look at the medicinal herbs. I'll bring it over tomorrow." Thank you. Come to read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.